authorities. We made contact with our early education centers because these are our young children. We made contact with our special education to make sure that those that are not as mobile as some of our special students are taken care of. We have made contact with our adult education schools. We have made contact with our charter schools because the Board of Education has responsibility and the district for all charter schools. So I've asked that they be closed also. I think it is important that I take the precaution based on what has happened recently and what has happened in the past. I have asked the chief to be working with the city police department and the sheriff before the day is over. I want every school searched to make sure that it is safe for children and safe for staff to be there on Wednesday. I will issue a statement late this afternoon after the Chief Zipperman has informed me that schools have been searched and it is okay. I will keep you informed ongoing during the day if there are any situations. One of the issues I've been worried about is children who walk to school. We have a great many of those, and so I've asked the principals to make sure that those children are at a specific gate so they can be given instructions, kept together, and so that we can make contact with parents to pick up their children or to make sure that they get home safely, not independently, home safely, making sure that their parents are notified. We have sent a Connect Ed to all parents, letting them know of the action I've taken. I will answer some questions after the chief and the board president speak with you. Chief?
Superintendent, could you start just with the beginning with a couple of people arrived late?
Chief? Good morning. Steve Zipperman, the Chief of Los Angeles School Police Department. And I just want to reiterate what Superintendent Cortinas already stated. Earlier this morning, we did receive an electronic threat that mentions the safety of our schools. As a result of that threat, not only Los Angeles School Police Department, but
again, sir?
Excuse me?
Can you start again?
No.
Okay. I'm going to continue on that. As a result of that threat, the Los Angeles School Police Department, as well as Los Angeles Police Department and the FBI were notified, and right now the threat is still being analyzed. In an abundance of caution, as Superintendent Cortinas has indicated, we have chosen to close our schools today until we can be absolutely sure that our campuses are safe, and until it is deemed safe by law enforcement and concurred with our district officials, which we believe will be able to occur by the end of this day. We will keep those schools closed. The investigation is ongoing. I'm not going to get into the details. I do want to say this is important, that the threat that was received as far as the LA Unified School District is concerned pertained to the LA Unified School District. I know there's been many calls. I can tell you that we know of no other threats that we're aware of, unless other agencies have gotten in specifics outside of LAUSD, that this pertains to the threats that we got to our schools only. We do not know any other information about any other threats within the county region at this time. As I indicated, law enforcement will continue to evaluate the threats.
Chief, would you introduce the chief?
Yeah. I would like to introduce Assistant Chief Jorge Villegas, and he is the Assistant Chief from LAPD in charge of Office of Operations. Chief Villegas.
Thank you. We need to hear the microphone.
Good morning. I'm George Villegas, Georgevillegas. I'm an assistant chief with the LAPD and the chief of operations. As was mentioned earlier, the school district received a safety threat that we're in the process now of validating or vetting to determine what, if any, validity it has. As you can imagine, we take all threats seriously. Nothing is more important to us than the safety of our kids, especially those that are coming to and from school that haven't been notified yet of this the safety threat. We're doing everything we can to ensure that we conduct a thorough investigation into that threat, and we'll be working with the school district as well as with the FBI to ensure that the public is informed as much as we can provide, as soon as we can provide it.
Introduce the board president.
This is Steve Zimmer. He's the president of the Los Angeles Board of Education.
You go over one more.
I'll go over. Sorry.
How about we stand up? That was some musical chairs.
Sorry, guys.
You had a podium, we would.
Good morning. My name is Steve Zimmer. I'm president of the school board of Los Angeles Unified School District. I'd like to speak, if I could, directly to families and employees. We are taking this action in an abundance of caution to make sure that every child in LA Unified School District and every employee is absolutely safe. Right now, we ask parents and families, if you have not yet sent your children to school, please do not send them to school. If they have already been dropped off, we will have families meet their children at the reunion gates of all schools. I want to be very clear. We need the cooperation of the whole of Los Angeles today. We need families and neighbors to work together with our schools and with our employees to make sure our kids are safe throughout the day. We need employers to show the flexibility that a situation like this demands. And we ask you to show the maximum possible flexibility with your employees who are primarily mothers and fathers and guardians today in this situation. At our school sites, we have asked administrators and plant managers to report. We are asking for teachers and other support personnel to stay home today. Once again, I want to reiterate on behalf of the entire Board of Education our support for the superintendent, for the chief of police. The actions that we are taking today are swift and they are appropriate given the situation that we are in, and we ask for the patience and the cooperation and support of the city. The education of our kids is incredibly important. The only thing that's more important is their safety, and the superintendent has acted in regards to that safety this morning. I'd now like to introduce our Deputy Superintendent for Operations, Dr. Thelma Melendez de Santa Ana, who will make a statement in Spanish.
Could we ask a couple of questions before you do that?
Sure.
Sir,
I said I would.
All right. Can you give us a little bit more about the nature of the threat, why you feel this is so serious that school has to be canceled?
I think later in the day, after they continue the investigation and vetting, as you heard the chief say, with the FBI, we will make a statement, but not at this time.
Was it a broad threat affecting all the schools, or?
It was it was not to one school, 2 schools, or 3 schools. It was many schools, not specifically identified, but there were many schools. That's the reason I took the action that I did.
The chief called it an electronic threat. What does that mean?
It was a message.
Mr. Martinez, was there any threat made to buses? We know all the buses were returned to the yards this morning. What can you say to that?
There was not threat made to buses. The reason they were returned is because we're not picking up students. It was to students at schools. Nothing more than that at this time.
Students at schools, you said?
At schools, students, yes.
And Mr. Martinez, you mentioned some details were shared with you regarding backpacks and other packages. Can you elaborate on that?
No, I can't. The chief, after he's met with the city police and the FBI, he will be making further statements on why I made the decision I made.
You have more than 900 campuses. Are you able to say whether these were even elementary schools, high schools?
Let me tell you, I can't take a chance, and all schools, I've asked them to be searched today by the appropriate people, and appropriate people are not necessarily teachers or support people if there is a problem. I want our chief of police working with the city police and working with the sheriff to develop a plan. We have 6 districts to work systematically through every one of those schools. Some of them are very large schools, some of them are schools with 3 and 4 rooms to them, but I want every school, every early education center, every adult school, I want them searched and a report made to me and to the Board of Education that it is safe.
Many faculty members arrived early, well before 7 a.m. Are all campuses then being evacuated for anyone that was on campus?
They have been told to go home.
What happens to kids who may already be at school? Are you telling their parents to come pick them up now, or how does that
Yes,
work?
there has been a Connect Ed. The board president reviewed that with you, that they have been asked to meet at a certain gate, the principal to be there, the plant manager to be there, no child to be left alone. I know it is cold. We're making every effort to see that we get the notification to parents as soon as possible, but I am not taking the chance of bringing children any place into any part of the building until I know it's safe.
Can you clarify then, this is all students, teachers, staff, all personnel, everyone involved in your campuses?
At the campuses, yes. That is what I've done, yes.
Incorporates everyone?
Yes.
Can you give us a little context? I know you can't go into the specific threat, but a little context for our parents at home. How many threats does the school district get? How rare is it to get a threat like this?
This is a rare threat. We get threats all the time.
Yeah, what I want to ask you then is why was this one? Go ahead. I'm just curious about this one in particular, why you got this kind of response.
I think the circumstances in a neighboring San Bernardino, I think what has happened in the nation, I think what happened internationally, I, as superintendent, am not going to take the chance with the life of a student. Remember, we do get individual threats. We do evacuate to schools. We do lock down schools, etc., and do not release students until we notify parents. So what we are doing today is no different than what we always do, except this we are doing this in a mass way.
You mentioned
Okay.
this earlier. We know it's early, but at this point, for people who are watching right now, I know there's an update going to come later today, but where do we stand for even tomorrow?
I have no comment on that. I've told you that I will release a statement before the end of the day.
Can we do Spanish language now?
Es tan importante. Buenos días.
I want to introduce you to Monica Garcia, board member.
Buenos
She
días.
will translate for us.
Buenos días a todos nuestros padres. Estamos aquí unidos con ustedes pidiéndoles que por favor mantengan sus jóvenes en sus casas. Ahora las escuelas, todas las escuelas del distrito están cerradas. Estamos tomando lo máximo en precaución para asegurar que sus jóvenes y sus familias están seguras. Ahora no tenemos detalles sobre el asunto, solamente les pedimos que por favor hoy día 15 de diciembre mantengan a sus jóvenes en sus casas. La escuela está cerrada. El superintendente está trabajando con todas las autoridades y si llegan los jóvenes a la escuela, los van a mandar a la casa. Vamos a tratar que los jóvenes se mantengan juntos, pero es muy importante que si no han llegado a la escuela, por favor, manténganlos juntos en las.
All right, looks like we temporarily lost audio. I apologize. Looks like our camera guy's actually leaving. I'm going to reiterate what maybe we'll hear from our reporter. All right, we lost that feed. I'm just going to reiterate what we heard just now from Los Angeles, California. Schools closed for 1,100 schools in Los Angeles. We heard, although we heard a reporter report, over 900 campuses. This is one of the largest school districts in the country. 650,000 students. Buses ordered, returned to the bus yard. We just heard at that press conference that a credible terror threat prompted this closure, a call to a board member, although we also heard the words electronic threat. They would not go into detail, however, they promised that at some point in the day they will. You heard them ask parents not to send their children to school and for employers to be patient and considerate of the situation. They stressed to the city of Los Angeles to please be considerate, that this was a delicate situation and a credible threat. Education is important, said one man, but not as important as the safety of our children. We get threats all the time, but this was a rare threat, said another man. We're currently looking at aerials of a Los Angeles school. I'm not sure specifically which one. I'll get that information. I don't know what that. Perhaps that's a parent trying to get a hold of their child. But we do know that all of the schools have been closed in Los Angeles, California due to a threat. They just said that it was out of an abundance of caution that they wanted to keep everyone at home today while they have the proper individuals search all of the schools to make sure that nothing happened to the children. I thought that the most powerful quote that came out of that press conference was, education is important, but not as important as the safety of our children. And give me 2 seconds here. Keep in mind that we are it was just yesterday that was the anniversary of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, so I'm sure, I don't know if the individuals referenced that. However, they did reference San Bernardino, and they said just based on current events and the current state of kind of just sensitivity and terror, the environment that we live in, they wanted to make sure that our children were safe, and they wanted to make sure that that all of those schools were clear. I'm looking at Fox 11 Los Angeles, our sister network. They're saying all LAUSD schools closed due to credible threat 2 minutes ago, 18 minutes ago breaking. All schools are closed and classes are canceled due to credible threat breaking. LA schools say all schools are canceled for today. No word on what the threat is. So this has been going on. 33 minutes ago, they tweeted LA school is sending back all of its buses. There may be a call to cancel all classes. So this has been happening for approximately the last half an hour, but you saw it so quickly develop to the point of a press conference that we just aired here, and I saw it on all of the national networks. So there's a lot of concern here out of Los Angeles, California, and I'm going to keep bringing you this story throughout the day. But in the meantime, I want to take you back to that press conference. I'll take you to the beginning where we brought it to you, and in case you missed it, we'll rewatch some of what the Los Angeles School Board and some of their officials had to say about this. You can tell there is sincere concern here, and I want you to see that for yourself. So let's head back in that direction.
Early education centers, because these are our young children. We made contact with our special education to make sure that those that are not as mobile as some of our special students are taken care of. We have made contact with our adult education schools. We have made contact with our charter schools because the Board of Education has responsibility and the district for all charter schools. So I've asked that they be closed also. I think it is important that I take the precaution based on what has happened recently and what has happened in the past. I have asked the chief to be working with the city police department and the sheriff. Before the day is over, I want every school searched to make sure that it is safe for children and safe for staff to be there on Wednesday. I will issue a statement late this afternoon after the Chief Zipperman has informed me that schools have been searched and it is okay. I will keep you informed ongoing during the day if there are any situations. One of the issues I've been worried about is children who walk to school. We have a great many of those, and so I've asked the principals to make sure that those children are at a specific gate so they can be given instructions, kept together, and so that we can make contact with parents to pick up their children or to make sure that they get home safely, not independently, home safely, making sure that their parents are notified. We have sent a Connect Ed to all parents, letting them know of the action I've taken. I will answer some questions after the chief and the board president speak with you. Chief?
Before, could you start just with the beginning with a couple of people arrived late?
Chief?
Good morning, Steve Zipperman, the Chief of Los Angeles School Police Department. And I just want to reiterate what Superintendent Cortinas already stated. Earlier this morning, we did receive an electronic threat that mentions the safety of our schools. As a result of that threat, not only Los Angeles School Police Department, but, excuse me?
No.
Okay. I'm going to continue on that as a result of that threat, the Los Angeles School Police Department, as well as Los Angeles Police Department and the FBI were notified, and right now the threat is still being analyzed. In an abundance of caution, as Superintendent Cortinas has indicated, we have chosen to close our schools today until we can be absolutely sure that our campuses are safe. And until it is deemed safe by law enforcement, and concurred with our district officials, which we believe will be able to occur by the end of this day. We will keep those schools closed. The investigation is ongoing. I'm not going to get into the details. I do want to say this is important, that the threat that was received as far as the LA Unified School District is concerned pertained to the LA Unified School District. I know there's been many calls. I can tell you that we know of no other threats that we're aware of, unless other agencies have gotten in specifics outside of LAUSD, that this pertains to the threats that we got to our schools only. We do not know any other information about any other threats within the county region at this time. As I indicated, law enforcement will continue to evaluate the threats.
Chief, would you introduce the chief?
Yeah. I would like to introduce Assistant Chief Jorge Villegas, and he is the Assistant Chief from LAPD in charge of Office of Operations. Chief Villegas.
Thank you. Switch seats, maybe we need to hear the microphone. Come over here, Hold on, Chief.
Good morning. I'm George Villegas, Jorge Villegas. I'm an assistant chief with the LAPD and the chief of operations. As was mentioned earlier, the school district received a safety threat that we're in the process now of validating or vetting to determine what, if any, validity it has. As you can imagine, we take all threats seriously. Nothing is more important to us than the safety of our kids, especially those that are coming to and from school that haven't been notified yet of this the safety threat. We're doing everything we can to ensure that we conduct a thorough investigation into that threat, and we'll be working with the school district as well as with the FBI to ensure that the public is informed as much as we can provide, as soon as we can provide it.
Introduce the board president.
This is Steve Zimmer. He's the president of the Los Angeles Board of Education.
You go over one more.
I'll go over more.
How about we stand up? That was some musical chairs.
Sorry, guys.
You had a podium, we would.
Good morning. My name is Steve Zimmer. I'm the president of the school board of the Los Angeles Unified School District. I'd like to speak, if I could, directly to families and employees. We are taking this action in an abundance of caution to make sure that every child in LA Unified School District and every employee is absolutely safe. Right now, we ask parents and families, if you have not yet sent your children to school, please do not send them to school. If they have already been dropped off, we will have families meet their children at the reunion gates of all schools. I want to be very clear. We need the cooperation of the whole of Los Angeles today. We need families and neighbors to work together with our schools and with our employees to make sure our kids are safe throughout the day. We need employers to show the flexibility that a situation like this demands. And we ask you to show the maximum possible flexibility with your employees who are primarily mothers and fathers and guardians today in this situation. At our school sites, we have asked administrators and plant managers to report. We are asking for teachers and other support personnel to stay home today. Once again, I want to reiterate on behalf of the entire Board of Education our support for the superintendent, for the chief of police. The actions that we are taking today are swift and they are appropriate given the situation that we are in. And we ask for the patience and the cooperation and support of the city. The education of our kids is incredibly important. The only thing that's more important is their safety, and the superintendent has acted in regards to that safety this morning. I'd now like to introduce our Deputy Superintendent for Operations, Dr. Thelma Melendez de Santa Ana, who will make a statement in Spanish.
Could we ask a couple of questions before you do that?
Sure.
Sir,
I said I would.
All right. Can you give us a little bit more about the nature of the threat, why you feel this is so serious that school has to be canceled?
I think later in the day, after they continue the investigation and vetting, as you heard the chief say, with the FBI, we will make a statement, but not at this time.
Was it a broad threat affecting all the schools, or?
It was a broad, and it was not to one school, two schools, or three schools. It was many schools, not specifically identified, but there were many schools. That's the reason I took the action that I did.
The chief called it an electronic threat. What does that mean?
It was a message.
Mr. Martinez, was there any threat made to buses? We know all the buses were returned to the yards this morning. What can you say to that?
There was not threat made to buses. The reason they were returned is because we're not picking up students. It was to students at schools. Nothing more than that at this time.
Students at schools, you said?
At schools, students, yes.
And Mr. Martinez, you mentioned some details were shared with you regarding backpacks and other packages. Can you elaborate on that?
No, I can't. The chief, after he's met with the city police and the FBI, he will be making further statements on why I made the decision I made.
You have more than 900 campuses. Are you able to say whether these were even elementary schools, high schools?
Let me tell you, I can't take a chance, and all schools, I've asked them to be searched today by the appropriate people, and appropriate people are not necessarily teachers or support people if there is a problem. I want our chief of police working with the city police and working with the sheriff to develop a plan. We have 6 districts to work systematically through every one of those schools. Some of them are very large schools, some of them are schools with 3 and 4 rooms to them, but I want every school, every early education center, every adult school, I want them searched and a report made to me and to the Board of Education that it is safe.
Many faculty members arrived early, well before 7 a.m. Are all campuses then being evacuated for anyone that was on campus?
They have been told to go home.
What happens to kids who may already be at school? Are you telling their parents to come pick them up now, or how does that
Yes,
work?
there has been a Connect Ed. The board president reviewed that with you, that they have been asked to meet at a certain gate, the principal to be there, the plant manager to be there, no child to be left alone. I know it is cold. We're making every effort to see that we get the notification to parents as soon as possible, but I am not taking the chance of bringing children any place into any part of the building until I know it's safe.
Can you clarify then, this is all students, teachers, staff, all personnel, everyone involved in your campuses?
At the campuses, yes. That is what I've done, yes.
Incorporates everyone?
Yes.
Can you give us a little context? I know you can't go into the specific threat, but a little context for our parents at home. How many threats does the school district get? How rare is it to get a threat like this?
This is a rare threat. We get threats all the time.
Yeah, what I want to ask you then is why was this one? Let him finish, Eric. Go ahead. I'm just curious about this one in particular, why you got this kind of response.
I think the circumstances in a neighboring San Bernardino, I think what has happened in the nation, I think what happened internationally, I, as superintendent, am not going to take the chance with the life of a student. Remember, we do get individual threats. We do evacuate to schools. We do lock down schools, etc., and do not release students until we notify parents. So what we are doing today is no different than what we always do, except this we are doing this in a mass way.
You mentioned
Okay.
this earlier. We know it's early, but at this point, for people who are watching right now, I know it's going to come later today, but where do we stand for even tomorrow?
Yeah, I have no comment on that. I've told you that I will release a statement before the end of the day.
Can we do Spanish language now?
Es tan importante. Buenos días.
All right, and we are looking at several Los Angeles schools throughout the area via our Skyfox LA. Thanks so much to Los Angeles 11 for providing that for us. Just to reiterate what we're dealing with here. Oops. There I am. Just to reiterate what we're dealing with here. LA has closed 1,100 schools in the area. This is one of the largest school districts in the country, although I did hear one reporter earlier say over 900 campuses. That's 650,000 students. Buses were ordered to return to their bus yards. In that press conference, we heard them discuss a credible terror threat prompting the closure. We've heard multiple reports. A call to a board member. They also heard in that press conference, they said specifically electronic threat. You heard them ask parents not to send their children to school and for employers to be patient and considerate of the situation. One individual said, education is important, but not as important as the safety of our children. We get threats all the time, but this was a rare threat, which was a very scary quote we have. And then I'm looking at the LATimes.com, and the LATimes.com says again 900 schools, not 1,100. It's the nation's second largest school district with 700,000 students. And it says, I think it's important to take this precaution based on what has happened recently and what has happened in the past. The move comes less than 2 weeks after two shooters killed 14 people in San Bernardino in what was the deadliest terror attack on U.S. soil since 9/11. Fearing the safety of schools and its students, they said they couldn't take the chance. So he asked police to search all campuses, while adult school and early education centers, before reopening Wednesday. He said that the threat was rare considering the many threats the district receives daily. The Los Angeles Police Department and FBI are assisting with the threat investigation. The threat is still being analyzed. We have chosen to close our schools today until we can be sure our campuses are safe. Students who already arrived at school will be supervised until parents can pick them up. And let's see here. I know that their Twitter at LA Schools they tweeted 19 minutes ago, parents/guardians, please bring proper ID when picking up your child at school. They will be required. Students that have arrived at school will be with staff until parents or guardians can be contacted. And 23 minutes ago, they tweeted, schools are closed today due to a credible threat. Updates will be provided via lausd.net. We'll click there now. And 213-241-2064. Every school should be searched by appropriate personnel, is what they tweeted 25 minutes ago. All right, let's see if I see their website. But it doesn't look like it's been updated in regards to this issue. I can show that to you here, actually. So we'll be checking this website throughout the day to get updates on this story. Additionally, I know that not only did they specifically ask about it, but the Los Angeles Times had reported, I believe, that the credible threat of violence involved backpacks and packages left on campus. Again, that's not confirmed, but you heard someone specifically ask about that in that press conference, and they said that they would discuss it later. They did ensure that there would be additional questions answered later, but again, there was a report and a question in the press conference specifically about backpacks and packages left at campuses. So a really scary day in LA, and LA is I lived there for 7 years. It's a very stressful city no matter what. It could just be a Tuesday. So I can't imagine parents having to totally restructure their day, and that's why you did hear them ask not only the parents for patience and to be considerate, but the employers of those parents involved to be considerate. They asked for the entire city to help them get through today. And it does sound like they are anticipating being back to school tomorrow, but they do want the appropriate people to search each and every campus to determine that it's a safe place for children to be. So a pretty scary day in Los Angeles. No new updates via Twitter from Los Angeles 11, other than just reiterating that parents need the required ID when picking up their child. See if LA Schools has tweeted. Nope. So as we get additional information, we're going to bring it to you here live on Fox 10 News now. This is, I believe it was yesterday, it was 3 years after Sandy Hook. So hard to imagine that. I mean, I just think it's sick that you would threaten the lives of children and people that are trying to better themselves, and it's supposed to be a safe zone. So horrible that we're still having to bring you stories that involve children and campuses, and I'm sure not only are the children scared right now, but parents, this is where you want to know that your child's safe when you drop them off at school. So I'm going to continue to bring you this. I'm not seeing any additional updates. Sometimes I cheat and look at the lower thirds of some of our cable news outlet, and I'm not seeing any new information, but I'm going to continue to give you these aerials while I aggressively search for some new information and check in with some of the people in the newsroom to see if they've heard any new details. Thanks so much for trusting Fox 10 News Now for your news. All right, if you're just joining us, we have some breaking news out of Los Angeles, California. Schools have been closed for the day. Over 900 campuses. This is one of the largest school districts in the country. It's number 2 with 700,000 students. Buses this morning were ordered to return to the bus yard. However, they told us during their press conference earlier today that the buses were not associated with the threat. It's a credible terror threat that prompted the closure. We've heard 2 reports, specifically a call to a board member, and then we've heard the term electronic threat. You heard them ask parents not to send their children to school and for employers to be patient and considerate of the situation. One man stated education is important, but not as important as the safety of our children. They also said, we get threats all of the time, but this was a rare threat. They intend to search each and every campus to determine that it's safe for children to go back to tomorrow. It's the Los Angeles Police Department as well as the FBI that are working on this specific case. Additionally, we have heard reports unconfirmed that the threat was that there would be backpacks or packages left across campuses. We did also hear it was multiple schools that were involved in the threat. So the Los Angeles School District took it upon themselves to just go ahead and say, you know what, we're going to shut down school for the day. We want to make sure everyone is safe. And we are currently looking at Skyfox, which is dipping in and out of multiple campuses. It's heading to different campuses throughout the Los Angeles area. Again, there are a lot of them. But we do know that there was a credible threat. School is canceled. And they intend to search every single campus. I believe it's over 900 campuses they're going to search within the next 24 hours to ensure that it's a safe place for the kids to be. Dee makes an interesting point, and I can relate. I know I homeschooled and I talk about it a lot, but I did go to school I went to public school up until 4th grade. Dee says, this is just disgusting. We never had threats when I went to school, never had shootings, never had anything worse than fire drills and earthquake drills. What the hell is wrong with people today? I definitely remember fire drills and earthquake drills. And it's horrible to think that now children have to be concerned, and children are probably going to have to do active shooter drills at some point if we don't get it together and something doesn't change. Interesting, they are urging parents with questions about the closures to call 213-241-2064. I can't imagine how many calls they're probably receiving. The press conference was very informative. However, I imagine that people will have a lot more after watching the press conference. There will be a lot more questions. We do continue to have these aerials out of Los Angeles, and while we do, I'm gonna play that for you again.
We made contact with our early education centers because these are our young children. We made contact with our special education to make sure that those...
I'm going to break in here for a second because I see some breaking news. We're going to have another press conference. In 1 hour. So in 1 hour from now, we're going to get an update from authorities on this situation out of Los Angeles, California. There is an official press conference. Actually, let me take you here now.
Shooting happened early this morning at this 7-Eleven just off the Black Canyon Freeway in Greenway. At the time, it was a donut delivery
And I'm
man.
going to find
He just happened to
more
be in the wrong place at the
information
wrong
on this
time,
press
early
conference.
morning,
One moment,
dropping
please.
off the donuts, and one of these thugs shoots him. At the same time, police officers got the call for the armed robbery. 2 officers just happened to be driving by the store. The officer actually saw the suspects leaving and arrested 2 of them behind the 7-Eleven. 2 others were tracked to this apartment complex.
We've got breaking
It looks like
news
the
out of
donut
Baltimore.
delivery
Let me
man
take
will
you
be
to
okay.
Baltimore now.
Before coming to Congress, I fully understand our criminal justice system. Officer Porter was charged after careful consideration by our duly elected state's attorney, Marilyn Mosby. And her team has presented a thoroughly investigated case. Officer Porter has been vigorously and effectively represented by distinguished legal counsel of his own choosing. Officer Porter's trial has been overseen by a judge who, by all accounts, has performed his duties wisely and without partiality. And the jurors have each given their oath, and these, of course, are Baltimore City citizens, to weigh the evidence and act without bias, unburdened by either passion or publicity. And I take this moment, even as they still deliberate, to thank the jurors for doing their public service. For all of these reasons, whatever may be the jury's decision with respect to Officer Porter's role in the death of Mr. Freddie Gray, the verdict will have as much legitimacy as our society can provide. I share these observations without knowing what the verdict may be in Officer Porter's trial, and without regard to whether I may come to agree or disagree with that verdict personally. I do so in the certain knowledge that this trial and those that will follow, and I remind you that we still have 5 other trials to go, are but steps in a longer journey toward a more just, equitable, and peaceful community for all of us. As personal as the Porter verdict will be for the families of Mr. Freddie Gray and Officer William Porter, and as emotionally satisfying or devastating, the future of our community will not be defined at the moment of the verdict, but it will be defined in the days and years that follow. And our future as a more just community will depend more upon our actions than it will upon the decision of Officer Porter's jury. For that reason, we all, and when I say all, I mean our community, I mean the police, we all will be on trial in the days and weeks ahead. Our actions in the months to come will be judged before the jury of history. What we do and what we do not do will provide the evidence that future generations of our community will judge us on. So today, even as we allow the jurors in Officer Porter's trial to assess the past, we must cast our vision toward the future. And the future we envision must be a more just, equitable, and peaceful society for everyone. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone. By opening our hearts and our minds and working together, I am convinced that we can forge that better future. We who struggle for greater justice in society must be prepared to do justice as well. We must be just in the throes of anger and disappointment, or in the depths of despair. We must be just whether we agree or disagree with a jury's verdict in a single criminal trial. It is we, all of us, who have the ultimate responsibility to act wisely. It is we who have the power and the responsibility to define our own destiny. And I agree with Baltimore Commissioner Kevin Davis, who I just got off the phone with, when he wrote a letter yesterday to the police department. And these are the words that he said, and I quote him because I think he said it quite eloquently. He says, and I quote, "The days ahead present us all an opportunity to show the world why Baltimore is such a special place. Regardless of the outcome of this trial or any future trial, we refuse to surrender to low expectations of those who wish to see us fail." End of quote. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take a few questions. Yes, sir.
Congressman, I hear what you're saying, but in the street, some people may suggest that you're telling people, just get over it. Can you address that, please?
Oh, I'm not saying just get over it. What I'm trying to make people understand is that folks ask for justice. And in so many instances we've seen across the country, we've seen innocent, unarmed people die in police custody, and nothing happened. Nothing. Here you had a state's attorney who investigated it and brought charges. And what I'm trying to say to them is that there is a process. When you think about justice, justice is not simply a result. You know, we talk about due process. It is a process. And so we entrust to 12 men and women chosen from the voters list of Baltimore City to make a judgment. And again, the thing I think we also have to keep in mind is that Officer Porter and the other 5 officers, just like anybody in this room, if you are accused of a crime that can send you to jail or take away your freedom, you deserve to be treated fairly. And all I'm saying is this is the justice system is not perfect, but this is what we have. And so I'm just asking people to understand that and look towards the future, but to understand that the justice, you know, a lot of people, when a result comes in, they get upset because it's not what they wanted it to be. Again, I've tried many cases, and I can tell you that many times I didn't get the verdict I hoped for, but I had to believe in the system. All right? Yes.
As a follow-up to that, how do you respond to activist claims that statements like this equate protest with riot, and that people aren't getting the same kind of justice that Porter had, that he's able to walk freely in and out of the courtroom while many protesters didn't receive bail, weren't able to leave the courtroom. How would you respond to those remarks?
Again, we have a system that allows for bail. I cannot judge how bail was granted. I think we can always second guess judges. You know, you'll see some instances where somebody does what we consider a minor offense and has a high bail. Somebody does a major offense, has a high bail. Then somebody does a major offense and has a low bail. Those are up to judges to decide. But again, the officer he's had his opportunity. The state's attorney has had her opportunity, and now they said that the jury is out, and we'll just have to see exactly what the jury says. Now, again, is it perfect? No. Is this a perfect system? No. But this is the system that we have. This is the system that we created in this democracy.
Congressman, when there was unrest back in April, you were out on the streets trying to, even before that, but when there was unrest, you were calling for calm, trying to help with that. If there is unrest again, because of understanding that there are people who are trying to keep things calm, and there's been a lot of call for that. If unrest again, what will you be doing? What types of things will you be doing now?
First of all, that's a great question, Barry. Let me say this. I was very pleased to see last night that where 50 community activists and clergy were within my neighborhood, Penn and North, last night asking for peace. I am also pleased about what the police have done since the spring. I think Commissioner Davis has concentrated a lot on meeting with the community and engaging the community more in community policing. I know that with Lieutenant Colonel Russell, he has restructured his efforts to be closer to the community. But that's going to be a long process. But very and specifically, what I'm going to do, I'm going to be on the streets. I'm going to do the same thing I did before. And let me tell you why, Barry. I've told people many times, I love this city. As you know, my parents came here from South Carolina back in the 1940s, and they raised their 7 children, and neither one of my parents had a 3rd grade education. And this city provided me with so much. It allowed me to become a lawyer. I went to Baltimore City Public Schools, and now I'm the congressman. And I will do everything in my power, not so much for me, but for generations yet unborn, to see that our city is vibrant and goes forward in a way that will allow children to grow up to be all that God meant for them to be. I think that when we have, and one of the things I think that we fail sometimes to remember is 95%, probably 99% of all the protesters were peaceful protesters. And you know what? Another thing that I noticed that meant a lot to me, and I saw a lot of the protests that took place, but I was glad to see that the protests were diverse. That was very important. It's not a black against white. It's about people recognizing that there are problems that we need to address, and they are trying to address them together. And so I plan to be out there encouraging people to do the right thing. And you know what? I think we have to be very careful sometimes people expect the worst. I choose to expect the best. I really do. And I'll tell you, it pained me when I saw the CVS burn, and then to hear senior citizens say, I have no place to get my medicine. You know, it pained me to hear people who worked at Mondawmin to say, I have no job anymore. And it actually hurts me, too, when I hear the business community talk about how during the curfew, so many employees lost pay because everything was shut down. And so it has a rippling effect, and I want people to understand that. But at the same time, Barry, we have to, I keep emphasizing we as a community, the business community, the police, neighborhood associations, all of us have to work together to lift everybody up. I often say that we may have come on over here on different ships, but we are in the same boat together today. Anything else?
Congressman, logistically, how can we prevent the kind of violence that we saw in April? What would your message be to parents out there?
And that's the last question.
Yeah. My message is, first of all, and it's what I've tried to convey in my statement, we have a system of justice. And I think what has happened in the past is so many people have felt that they never got any justice. And so I would first remind parents that the wheels of justice did begin to turn. And they began to turn with the charges put forth by State's Attorney Mosby. But then I think I would remind them that at some point, you've got to trust your neighbors when they make that judgment. Number three, I would say that we have to really look towards the future and make sure that whatever we're doing today does not hurt what we may be able to accomplish in the future. And certainly, when buildings are destroyed, when people are harmed, it sends the wrong message. And so if I had a message that I wanted to send to our community and to the world, it would be to have higher expectations of our city. I think a lot of times, and I was telling Commissioner Davis this, I think a lot of times, when I was out on the corner during the spring, one of the things that I got kind of bothered me a little bit is it was almost as if because there was an expectation that there was going to be a negative activity. You all saw it if y'all were out there. Then, I think it was sort of almost like inviting people to do the wrong thing. And so what I'm hoping for is that we will have confidence in our system. And keep in mind, there's still, and I would remind them, there's still 5 other trials to go here. And that we want our city to be vibrant. And that they, and I would beg them, I wouldn't ask them because asking is too cheap. I would not beg them for me because this is bigger than me. I would beg them for their children and generations yet unborn to understand that our city is not a perfect city, but we must do everything in our power, whether we agree with the verdict or not, to create an atmosphere where we can move more and more towards a more perfect city, just like we try to move towards a more perfect union in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of y'all showed up today. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and we have lost our aerials out of Los Angeles, California, but I will reiterate what we're currently dealing with. And keep in mind, we're 40 minutes away from the next press conference out of LA. So in 40 minutes, we're going to take you to a press conference updating us on the status of a very scary situation. Schools closed for over 900 campuses. This is the second largest school district in the country with over 700,000 students. Buses earlier this morning were ordered to return to the bus yard. However, we have heard that they are not related to the threat. A credible terror threat prompted the closure. We've heard 2 stories. It's either a call to a school board member. We've also heard that it was an electronic threat. During the press conference I'm about to show you, you can listen to them. They discuss asking parents to not send their child to school if they haven't already, and for employers to be patient and considerate of this very scary situation. Hold on, I might have breaking news. President Obama. I heard National Archives something, so we're going to go to President Obama right now. All right, I don't know what he's going to be addressing here, but we will take you to President Obama right now. All right, so what we know is that during this press conference that we heard earlier this morning, they asked that parents not send their children to school and for employers to be patient and considerate. One individual said, "Education is important, but not as important as the safety of our children. We get threats all the time, but this was a rare threat," said another individual. Additionally, we have heard that perhaps there were backpacks and packages involved in the threat. And we are anticipating an update from LA in less than 40 minutes. If you were picking up your child from school, if you had dropped them off earlier, they were requiring you to bring ID, which is something we see pretty regularly here. Here is a Los Angeles Daily News reporter. She posted this picture a little earlier. Logan Elementary School principal telling parents about closure. Cars have been pulling up all morning, so that's kind of an interesting visual. And that was actually retweeted by @LA Schools. And if you had dropped your child off earlier today, they did want to stress that there was someone there to wait with your child until you could get to them. Sorry, I'm communicating with a coworker. Let's see. So we are waiting for President Obama to speak. I'm uncertain in regards to what he's going to discuss. We are less than 40 minutes away from an update out of Los Angeles in regards to the schools shutting down. And again, when asked, why are you taking this so seriously, during the press conference, the official said, weeks ago we dealt with San Bernardino. We're scared. Not only that, but yesterday was the 3-year anniversary of Sandy Hook. So I definitely understand why they would take it so seriously, but I look forward to the details that they promised to give us throughout the day. And I'm going to take you to Obama. Hopefully we'll see him take the podium any minute now, and I will see you on the other side, but know that we are anticipating to hear from Los Angeles again in the next half an hour. Here's an interesting update out of Los Angeles that's very cool. I'm going to show it to you on the screen. Give me 2 seconds to pull it up here. This is from Fox 11 out of Los Angeles. Breaking: Metro Los Angeles LAUSD students with a valid student ID can ride Metro buses and trains for free until noon today. That's so that those students can get home. It's been a pretty stressful morning, I imagine, and I imagine that some parents probably in a difficult situation and perhaps can't get to their children. So interesting, or teenagers. Interesting and very considerate of Metro Los Angeles for allowing students to ride for free today to get home to their families.
Gonna sit him here. One is gonna go here.
So what we're looking at is the president delivering remarks at a naturalization ceremony at the National Archives building in Washington, D.C. We anticipate President Obama to take the podium any minute now. right, just so you know, I do now have my live aerials back out of Los Angeles, California. So
be careful.
We are going to dip in
Let's
and
go
out
Satakoy past the freeway.
of our Los Angeles
Let's go
coverage.
Hassett Elementary.
There we go. We're going to dip out in and out of our Los Angeles coverage while we wait for President Obama to take the podium. If you have not heard, or if you're just joining us, over 900 campuses today were closed in Los Angeles, California. This is the second largest school district in the country, over 700,000 students. We heard during a press conference earlier today, they stated that there was a credible terror threat that prompted the closure, a call to a school board member, and or an electronic threat. You heard them in the press conference earlier ask children to stay home, ask parents not to bring their children to school, and stress that employers needed to be considerate and patient of the situation. We just also read that Metro Los Angeles was allowing children and students to ride the buses home for free before noon with a valid student ID. They said during the early morning press conference, education is important, but not as important as the safety of our children. Another individual said, "We get threats all the time, but this was a rare threat."
Have they called a TAC alert yet or anything along those lines?
Before the Honorable Richard W. Roberts, Chief Judge of the United States
And
District Court,
we will
in and for the District
have
of
another
Columbia,
update from
now
Los
holding these
Angeles
naturalization
in less than
ceremonies,
half
those
an
who are
hour.
nine, give their attention. God save the United States of America and this honorable court. Please remain standing for the presentation of the colors, the playing of the national anthem, and the retirement of the colors. Please be seated and come to order. This honorable court is now in session.
Please welcome the Honorable Richard W. Roberts, Chief Judge, U.S. District of Columbia.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. Mr. President, Archivist Ferrero, Deputy Secretary Mayorkas, Director Rodriguez, our brilliant students from the Stewart Hobson Middle School and Capitol Hill Center cluster, guests and candidates, I congratulate you as you are about to attain your new United States citizenship. It is always a joyful moment for me to welcome new members, citizens to our country. Today's ceremony occurs just a few weeks after our Thanksgiving celebration. Although in 1619, settlers purchased their first human cargo in Virginia to work plantations, Thanksgiving traditionally celebrates the time after the year 1620, when in Massachusetts, the people indigenous to this land welcomed with open arms and gifts the foreign pilgrims from across the ocean who practiced very different religions and customs. Having this welcoming naturalization ceremony now is perhaps a timely and poignant reminder in today's climate. Inscribed on the Statue of Liberty are the words from the Emma Lazarus sonnet that have beckoned immigrants here for decades. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Of course, over the years, this nation has also welcomed the energetic, the rich, and the aristocrats, but one quality of which we are quite proud as a society is that we measure our worth as a people not by what we own, but rather by how we treat the least among us. And that is because the compassion that motivates the words inscribed on the Statue of Liberty is a mark of our highest aspiration. And it makes sense, because in other lands where a man's class or caste or complexion might mark him as despised, here it may be a mark of someone's rich and proud ancestry, like those original Americans who civilized this land long before Europe ever discovered that it was here, or the people through whose enslaved labor the mighty engines of American manufacturing and agriculture and enterprise were built, or the descendants of gallant patriots who gave their lives to break colonial bonds so that freedom could flourish and harbor others seeking it. You candidates will only now have a beginning to have a chance to build legacies such as these for yourselves as United States citizens. Remember those legacies as you see the glorious mosaic of faces that you encounter here. We welcome your contributions to continuing our evolution as a people, and we wish you the best of luck as you bestow upon the least among us the same compassion that this country has bestowed upon millions before you. Thank you very much.
Okay, as we wait for President Obama to talk, I am going to take you back to Los Angeles because we do have these aerials, and I want to give you an update on what we know. Give me 2 seconds to find my lower third. Here we go. What we know is that Los Angeles schools are currently closed, and they are expected to stay closed until tomorrow. Oh, we hear our helicopter pilot there. Are these aerials over Los Angeles? We're taking you to different schools throughout Los Angeles. There are over 900 campuses in the Los Angeles area. It's one of the largest school districts in the country. It's number 2 with over 700,000 students. Earlier this morning, buses were ordered to return to the bus yard, although during their earlier press conference, they confirmed that buses had nothing to do with the threat. It was a credible terror threat that prompted the closure. I've heard a call to a school board member as well as an electronic threat. They asked parents earlier not to bring their children to school and for employers to be patient and considerate of the situation. If you had already dropped your child off at school, there were employees that waited at the school with your child until you were able to show up and pick up your child with a government ID. They asked that everybody that returned to pick up their children have an ID. They said during the press conference earlier that education is important, but not as important as the safety of our children. Additionally, they stressed that they get threats all of the time, but this was a rare threat. They wouldn't be specific in regards to what that meant. This is a rare threat. However, we have read throughout other media outlets that a backpack and allegedly packages were involved in the threat. We see here interesting aerials of police officers in Los Angeles, California, preparing to scour a school campus. It's Los Angeles PD as well as the FBI that are going to be involved in this search. We are a little more than 15 minutes away from the next press conference out of Los Angeles in regards to these threats. It was multiple schools that they said were targeted, which is why they just went ahead and shut down all of the schools. But it was multiple schools, and I'm checking Twitter Live to see if there are any updates. I showed you this earlier, and I thought it was neat. That Metro Los Angeles was allowing students with a valid student ID to ride Metro buses and trains for free until noon in case they had a hard time getting home. I can only imagine how chaotic a city like Los Angeles is on a typical day, how chaotic it would be on a day like today. So if parents are having a hard time breaking away from work, at least Metro Los Angeles is allowing, some of the older students to take a bus or a train home in case their parents can't get to them. Let's see here. They're holding the press conference in a little over 15 minutes at the LAUSD headquarters. That's at 333 South Boydre Avenue in Los Angeles. And then, let's see, Dakota Smith, who's a Los Angeles Daily News reporter, posted this photo of a principal outside of an elementary school telling parents about the closure. Oh, wow, look at that. So these are aerials out of Los Angeles as we watch this. Now we're actually seeing the authorities at these schools searching it. And I know I saw a lot of skepticism earlier from people saying, how are you going to search over 900 campuses? But they said they're going to. Within the next 24 hours, they're going to search all of these campuses, and they're going to make sure that it's safe for children to go back. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing this throughout the day. But a pretty scary morning out of Los Angeles, California. They referenced the San Bernardino shooting, and they referenced in the earlier press conference just the environment we're currently living in. Everybody's very sensitive to terror right now, as they should be. I work in a newsroom. We're covering it far too often. And don't forget that yesterday was the anniversary of the Sandy Hook shooting. So it is a very scary time right now, and we're going to continue to cover this throughout the morning and afternoon. I'm sure if we cover all 900 campuses, we will be here all day with you talking about this story. But we are anticipating in 15 minutes an updated press conference from officials in Los Angeles in regards to this terror threat. So we'll stay on these visuals. I'll see you all in just a few minutes. I also know that I am going to cut in for a few minutes to talk to our morning show crew about the upcoming press conference. So you'll see me in just a minute doing that as well. It'll look like I'm talking to myself, and I apologize in advance for that. All right, I'm seeing here that they have moved the press conference from 9 a.m. LA time to 10 a.m. LA time, which is an hour from now. So they have pushed that press conference back. If you're waiting to see that press conference, it will be now an hour and 15 minutes from now. Thank you so much for your patience. We will bring it to you live. But again, it's been pushed back 1 hour. That's 10 a.m. Los Angeles time, which is 11 a.m. Arizona time. So if you are going to be watching for that press conference, come back here in about an hour and we're going to be bringing that to you live.
Good carrier, but no programming on the carrier. Can you possibly get engineering to help? It sounds like the thing's messed up. Just hit buttons now. Okay. Okay, we've got good carrier and good programming for now. Thanks. Don't show a meeting, Jamie. Don't show the meeting. They. I don't know what platoon that is. It's fine.
You're not supposed to be seeing me right now, but you are. I think I'm about to do our hit. Let me confirm. All right, if you're local, you can turn on channel 10. I have to talk to our morning show crew, and then I'll get back to Ariel's out of Los Angeles. I do. I'd love to have you come hang with me. And that's Ron Hoon, who's going to come talk to us about the Los Angeles incident. And then I heard him talking about an incident that happened earlier today, and I saw you talking about it at, let's see. Yeah, so I heard Ron Hoon talking about this incident that happened in New York City. A specific but non-credible threat was made to New York City schools Tuesday morning. That was 10 minutes ago, coming from USA Today. Ron Hoon's going to come in the next few minutes and talk to us about what's going on in LA, what went on in New York. I always love talking to Ron Hoon. And he'll come sit down with us in a minute, so I should probably clear my chair for him, huh? Can you hear what's in my ear? Hi, guys. Oh, good to see you. You both look beautiful this morning. I'm very festive. But I'm going to bring you an update on the Los Angeles School District. They cleared out over 900 campuses today, and in 1 hour we're going to have a press conference. And then this non-credible New York threat. And Ron Hoon's going to come join me. So if you're a fan of the Hooner, you're going to want to watch us on Fox 10 News Now. It's true. Bye. All right, back to these aerials. So you can see law enforcement gathered around, probably strategizing. We don't know what's going on, but this is outside of a Los Angeles campus, and they are anticipating combing 900 campuses today with the FBI over, this is the second largest school district in the country, over 700,000 students in the Los Angeles area. Earlier this morning, buses were ordered to return to the bus yard because of a credible terror threat. And hold on, let me find my lower third here. We were looking forward to a press conference in the next 5 minutes. Unfortunately, they bumped it to another hour. But you know what? Hopefully that means they're going to give us more information because they needed more time to gather information or determine what they could share or not share. They definitely, as anticipated, had more information than they were sharing this morning. For instance, one of the individuals said, "We get threats all the time, but this was a rare threat." They asked for him to be more specific in regards to that, and he said he would. He promised, but later in the day, when we looked around throughout other Los Angeles news outlets, we saw backpacks being one of the threats, as well as packages, but that has yet to be confirmed. And that was asked during the earlier press conference, and they would not confirm it. So let's look back on that press conference now. This is from the morning. This is from about, I'd say, 8:30, perhaps 8:15 this morning. We cut to it as soon as we got it, but it is not complete. You can tell that there are a few minutes missing here at the beginning. But I will put it here in the corner as we look at these aerials, these live aerials. Know that this press conference is not live, but you are looking at live aerials.
Contact with our special education to make sure that those that are not as mobile as some of our special students are taken care of. We have made contact with our adult education schools. We have made contact with our charter schools because the Board of Education has responsibility and the district for all charter schools. So I've asked that they be closed also. I think it is important that I take the precaution based on what has happened recently and what has happened in the past. I have asked the chief to be working with the city police department and the sheriff. Before the day is over, I want every school searched to make sure that it is safe for children and safe for staff to be there on Wednesday. I will issue a statement late this afternoon after the Chief Zipperman has informed me that schools have been searched and it is okay. I will keep you informed ongoing during the day if there are any situations. One of the issues I've been worried about is children who walk to school. We have a great many of those, and so I've asked the principals to make sure that those children are at a specific gate so they can be given instructions, kept together, and so that we can make contact with parents to pick up their children or to make sure that they get home safely, not independently, home safely, making sure that their parents are notified. We have sent a Connect Ed to all parents, letting them know of the action I've taken. I will answer some questions after the chief and the board president speak with you. Chief?
Superintendent, could you start just with the beginning with a couple of people arrived late?
Chief. Good morning, Steve Zipperman, the Chief of Los Angeles School Police Department. And I just want to reiterate what Superintendent Cortinas already stated. Earlier this morning, we did receive an electronic threat that mentions the safety of our schools. As a result of that threat, not only Los Angeles School Police Department, but, excuse me?
No.
Okay. I'm going to continue on that as a result of that threat, the Los Angeles School Police Department, as well as Los Angeles Police Department and the FBI were notified, and right now the threat is still being analyzed. In an abundance of caution.
I'm going to pause this, give you a full screen there, but I also have to share something with you. I know a lot of you have made these comments in the chat room, and I just found this post on Instagram, so I'll share it. Obviously, this is a credible threat, and that's why we're covering it. But a lot of you had made the comment in the chat room joking that it was a test day or something. And so look what's already appearing on social media. This. I got a final and I didn't study. I mean, already happening on the internet right now. And that's obviously from a younger female. But you made the comments in the chat room, and it looks like other people are in line with you. Let's go back to that press conference from earlier today. and know that we've got one coming up in approximately an hour.
As Superintendent Cortinas has indicated, we have chosen to close our schools today until we can be absolutely sure that our campuses are safe, and until it is deemed safe by law enforcement and concurred with our district officials, which we believe will be able to occur by the end of this day, we will keep those schools closed. The investigation is ongoing. I'm not going to get into the details. I do want to say this is important, that the threat that was received as far as the LA Unified School District is concerned pertained to the LA Unified School District. I know there's been many calls. I can tell you that we know of no other threats that we're aware of, unless other agencies have gotten in specifics outside of LAUSD, that this pertains to the threats that we got to our schools only. We do not know any other information about any other threats within the county region at this time. As I indicated, law enforcement will continue to evaluate the threats.
Chief, would you introduce the chief?
Yeah. I would like to introduce Assistant Chief Jorge Villegas, and he is the Assistant Chief from LAPD in charge of Office of Operations. Chief Villegas.
Good morning. I'm George Villegas, Jorge Villegas. I'm an assistant chief with the LAPD and the chief of operations. As was mentioned earlier, the school district received a safety threat that we're in the process now of validating or vetting to determine what, if any, validity it has. As you can imagine, we take all threats seriously. Nothing is more important to us than the safety of our kids, especially those that are coming to and from school that haven't been notified yet of this the safety threat. We're doing everything we can to ensure that we conduct a thorough investigation into that threat, and we'll be working with the school district as well as with the FBI to ensure that the public is informed as much as we can provide, as soon as we can provide it.
Introduce the board president.
This is Steve Zimmer. He's the president of the Los Angeles Board of Education.
You go over one more.
I'll go over one more.
How about we stand up? That was some musical chairs.
Sorry, guys.
If you had a podium, we would.
Good morning. My name is Steve Zimmer. I'm the president of the school board of the Los Angeles Unified School District. I'd like to speak, if I could, directly to families and employees. We are taking this action in an abundance of caution to make sure that every child in LA Unified School District and every employee is absolutely safe. Right now, we ask parents and families, if you have not yet sent your children to school, please do not send them to school. If they have already been dropped off, we will have families meet their children at the reunion gates of all schools. I want to be very clear. We need the cooperation of the whole of Los Angeles today. We need families and neighbors to work together with our schools and with our employees to make sure our kids are safe throughout the day. We need employers to show the flexibility that a situation like this demands. And we ask you to show the maximum possible flexibility with your employees who are primarily mothers and fathers and guardians today in this situation. At our school sites, We have asked administrators and plant managers to report. We are asking for teachers and other support personnel to stay home today. Once again, I want to reiterate on behalf of the entire Board of Education our support for the superintendent, for the chief of police. The actions that we are taking today are swift and they are appropriate given the situation that we are in, and we ask for the patience and the cooperation and support of the city. The education of our kids is incredibly important. The only thing that's more important is their safety, and the superintendent has acted in regards to that safety this morning. I'd now like to introduce our Deputy Superintendent for Operations, Dr. Thelma Melendez de Santa Ana, who will make a statement in Spanish.
Could we ask a couple of questions before you do that?
Sure.
Sir,
I said I would.
All right. Can you give us a little bit more about the nature of the threat, why you feel this is so serious that school has to be canceled?
I think later in the day, after they continue the investigation and vetting, as you heard the chief say, with the FBI, we will make a statement, but not at this time.
Was it a broad threat affecting all the schools, or?
It was it was not to one school, 2 schools, or 3 schools. It was many schools, not specifically identified, but there were many schools. That's the reason I took the action that I did.
The chief called it an electronic threat. What does that mean?
It was a message.
Mr. Martinez, was there any threat made to buses? We know all the buses were returned to the yards this morning. What can you say to that?
There was not threat made to buses. The reason they were returned is because we're not picking up students. It was to students at schools. Nothing more than that at this time.
Students at schools, you said?
At schools, students, yes.
And Mr. Martinez, you mentioned some details were shared with you regarding backpacks and other packages. Can you elaborate on that?
No, I can't. The chief, after he's met with the city police and the FBI, he will be making further statements on why I made the decision I made.
You have more than 900 campuses. Are you able to say whether these were even elementary schools, high schools?
Let me tell you, I can't take a chance, and all schools, I've asked them to be searched today by the appropriate people, and appropriate people are not necessarily teachers or support people if there is a problem. I want our chief of police working with the city police and working with the sheriff to develop a plan. We have 6 districts to work systematically through every one of those schools. Some of them are very large schools, some of them are schools with 3 and 4 rooms to them, but I want every school, every early education center, every adult school, I want them searched and a report made to me and to the Board of Education that it is safe.
All right, and just so you know, that is a press conference from earlier today. I think it happened at approximately 8:15 Phoenix time, which was 7:15 Los Angeles time, and we are anticipating within the next 50 minutes to have an updated press conference in regards to this situation out of Los Angeles. Again, a lot of chatter amongst the newsroom, and in the chat room, a lot of people are saying, when is the last time somebody threatened something before actually going through with it? We're all very interested in knowing how this started. Was it a threat actually made to someone? Because initial reports were that it was a call to a school board member, but now we're hearing electronic threat. If it was just a post made on Facebook, then I understand. But if this is somebody that actually threatened something, again, a lot of us are confused in the chat room and in the newsroom about how legitimate threats are versus the people that actually just do it. I just, you know, how often do we hear, well, they made a threat and then they did it? It's typically, for instance, in the San Bernardino case, she had an alias on Facebook, said some ridiculous, pledged her allegiance to ISIS on Facebook on an alias account, and then deleted it prior to the massacre. So it's a very confusing situation. We're anticipating that press conference to happen in the next 45 minutes, or hopefully sooner. We were supposed to have the press conference 12 minutes ago, but they pushed it back. So we're hoping that means that they're going to bring us some new, more information. I cleared my seat for you.
Wow.
And I'm. I gave you a shout out on your own air.
What?
I said I'm going to be with Hooner.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was
figured
just in
there
there.
was no other way to get them to watch.
Okay, fine. Good. I was just in there with Danny Goki.
Oh, wow.
Do you know anything about him?
Is he from American Idol?
Yeah, he's an American Idol season 8 guy. Unbelievable life story. His wife had died about a month or two before he became a contestant on American Idol.
Oh my goodness.
And he decided to go through with it, and he makes it to the top 12, and in fact to the top 3 that year.
Wow.
And so he's now remarried. He has, I believe, a couple of little kids.
Aww.
And he's in town for a concert tonight at the North Phoenix Baptist Church.
Oh, how sweet.
It's really cool.
That's a great and
an amazing,
heartbreaking story.
Heartbreaking and it's just, yeah, I mean, a guy who, really has an amazing life story. So we're just jumping in. We are going to be carrying at 11 o'clock, you probably have already mentioned, here on News Now, the updated news conference, but
And I had just walked in, and I actually took a picture of you. I was peeking in at you, doing your morning show.
Oh, wow.
I haven't posted it yet, but I need to post it.
Yeah, you do. You got a lot of followers. I need to see what happens here.
I was peeking in at you, and you were breaking the news as I walked in.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And so you are who informed me of this situation, and I ran in here and got News Now up and running.
Right.
But this is a pretty scary situation, and I actually overheard you talking about New York, too. Not such a scary situation.
Well, yeah. The NYPD came out about 20 minutes ago and said they had a, quote, non-credible threat to the schools there. And so you just shake your head in disgust because you know that's got probably is a copycat.
Right.
You know, somebody who thought, oh, I'll pick up the phone and phone in some threat or whatever, and
How-
they
and how
immediately
quickly-
decided it was non-credible.
How quickly they turned that around, though. Impressive of NYPD.
Yes, exactly. But you know, they need to announce when people phone in a bomb threat to an airplane or to a school or whatever, and it turns out to be a hoax 99.9% of the time, they need to, I presume arrests are made, but they need to announce them and
I
make
know.
a big deal about it so that people will knock it off.
That's a very good point. I've never seen that.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah. Actually, there was. I remember in the early days of News Now, we flew the helicopter out to a school in the Far East Valley, somewhere I think in the Queen Creek area where there was a threat.
Wow.
And later we followed up and an arrest was made.
Oh, good.
Yes, and we talked about it. So people need to be aware that law enforcement is on the case on those kinds of things. Now, this is a completely different matter in L.A. They're now learning that the threat, they've already traced it to an IP address in Germany.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
That's pathetic. Leave us alone.
Yeah. In, I believe, Frankfurt, Germany. And it was, whatever was said, and we'll learn a lot more, they were very nebulous in their original remarks. The superintendent, when he held his news conference at about 8 a.m. this morning, did not have a lot of details, but he just said it was an electronic nature. Now we know it was an email. Specifically, it was not a social media thing. It was an email. And it was an email that was sent directly to a member of the school board, and it did originate from Frankfurt, Germany, and with the international component to it, it obviously was concerning enough that they felt they better take it seriously. So the process of trying to clear, I believe it's 187 public charter schools.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And 900 traditional public schools.
Okay, so that's because I heard somebody say 900 campuses, and then we had
about 1,100.
Yeah,
right?
so okay, that makes a lot more sense.
I thought maybe I could shed a little light on that. At first, it was a little confusing there, but yeah, so 900 plus 187. Which kind of surprises me. I didn't think, I know charter schools are very popular here in Arizona. I was surprised to learn they have that many charter schools in LA.
Well, where are the frou-frou kids going to go to school?
Oh, there's still Beverly Hills High School.
Oh, that's true.
Those kinds of things. But anyway, talk about the just the disruption to daily life.
No, yeah,
is
Los
unbelievable.
Angeles is a chaotic city as is.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine, and not only that, but my concern is you just mentioned that huge number of campuses they're going to have to comb through.
Mhm.
They said it's the Los Angeles Police Department as well as the FBI that are going to do that within the next 24 hours. Well, now, what happens if something does happen? We've got all of our officers and FBI agents are currently involved in something.
Kinsey, I hadn't thought about that, but that's a good point. I mean, think about the original ISIS-inspired terrorists there in San Bernardino. We later learned their plot was not just this massacre where they gunned down an entire room full of people, but to
a Christmas party,
but to then detonate bombs once first responders got there. So you hate to think that that might have been something that was even in the back of the mind of somebody as we issue a threat, we get them busy. Who knows? Who knows how the minds of these killers or potential killers work? It's kind of incomprehensible.
Well, when I was little, I do remember, because I did homeschool after 4th grade, but I do remember having to do drills for fires, and I remember having to do earthquake drills, and I don't know why, because I was in Texas. But it's
You're talking about when you were like in 2nd or 3rd grade, before you started homeschooling. Yeah.
So I remember those, but I can't imagine being in a world, which these children now are, where you have to worry. I mean, Sandy Hook, it was the anniversary yesterday. Children are now having to worry about completely different events that could occur, and a school is supposed to be a safe zone. That is supposed to be your safe place, and these individuals are completely trying to terrorize us. When you're going after children that are just trying to, go see their friends, eat their lunch, have an education, or get an education. It's actually a really devastating thing that this is now what children are having to deal with.
It is a sad, sad commentary on where we are as a nation. I don't know. They got to do more. They got to do better. Kids have got to feel safe at school. And well, here's an example, I guess you could say. I mean, they're out of an abundance of caution. Hopefully they're able to give the all clear by later today on every one of these schools. But they're taking extreme precautionary measures. They're urging the people, the employers of the city, to work with their employees because he said think of all the moms, who would be dropping their kids off to school and then going on to work.
Right.
The one good thing in terms of the timing was that while it was breaking here at 8 a.m., that's 7 a.m. over there. Right. Most kids probably hadn't left for school yet.
Yeah, I think that their schools are like 9 and 10 a.m.
Yeah. So, which probably is partially a component of the way traffic is so horrible over there.
Yeah.
It takes, a while to get around anywhere. So that seems like kind of a late start. So I would bet 95% of the students had not even gone to the classroom or to the schools yet today.
And then I appreciated the fact that they said that they had employees there, principals. They had people there with the children in case they had dropped children off, and that those people would stay with them until you could come pick them up, and you had to provide an ID. But just knowing that they weren't like, don't show up. They were saying, we're taking care of your children until you can get here.
Right.
And then Metro Los Angeles offered free bus rides to people, like, I'm sure mostly preteens, teens, with student IDs, so they could take the bus for free to get home, which I thought was very kind of them.
That's really good.
Yeah.
It does, it appears that they were, even though it was all happening very quickly, that they formulated a response to make sure that you had staff on school campuses, to make sure that, I'm sure they coordinated with not just police, but with the transit system, et cetera, to make all of that work. I had seen a story yesterday talking about how the millennials just are more interested in, say less interested in going out and buying gas guzzlers.
Yeah.
If they buy cars at all, it will be, smaller, more fuel-efficient cars. I'm talking about millennials.
I like my slug. Yeah, that's why I got a slug bug, because it's easy on the gas. I can fill it up for $20.
And you look at the growth that is happening in downtown Phoenix and up and down the light rail line. It's because people want a lifestyle that is more transit-oriented or more walkable. And in Phoenix, we're so spread out that most people still have to have cars. But, I bet you there are 1,000 apartment units under construction right now in the downtown Phoenix area, either condos or apartments. And those are all people who want to live and work downtown and probably don't even want a car. Or if they get a car, they got to figure out what to do about parking. It's just so interesting to me that we're becoming a little bit more of that kind of urban environment. So as the generation unfolds, you're going to see where public transit, whether it's the bus like today over in LA, or light rail, or they have multiple rail lines over in Los Angeles, that becomes more and more important in terms of actually serving the needs of the population.
Yeah,
it's quite
community.
interesting.
It is interesting. I've taken that Los Angeles bus.
Have you?
Yes. I had to give somebody my pretzel so he would
Leave
move
you
away
alone?
from me.
Oh, okay.
Here's my pretzel.
How long ago was this?
Oh, I was, I'd say 3 years ago.
Okay. I had a buddy who got accepted to USC right out of high school, so this was in the 70s. And so I came down and spent the summer with him before he started classes, like a month, I think. And I rode the LA public buses quite a bit during that time, too, so.
Good memories.
Sure. Memories of riding the bus in LA.
I do agree that I hope that this is a situation that they clear up quickly, and it's just they took such drastic measures that how do we not react the way we do in wanting to make sure everything's all right? I know I saw a lot of people saying this is not a big deal, this is nothing, but this is not something we see ever from the Los Angeles School District.
Correct.
So how else are we supposed to respond? It's a scary time. People are concerned all over the country.
Sure.
And
isn't it interesting how national defense and the war on ISIS, more broadly the war on terror, has now become, a survey I saw yesterday said that's now the #1 issue for voters.
Oh, really? I believe that.
Up until Paris and San Bernardino, it was hardly on the radar screen. I mean, it was, Chris Christie had that line a few debates ago that said, you want to talk about fantasy football? ISIS is trying to kill us, and we're trillions of dollars in debt. And it was a good line, but it wasn't like discussed in depth. Now, every morning in our 4:30 a.m. show, I get a chance to...
I'm watching religiously at 4:30.
Well, I figure you TiVo it, and then when you do roll out of the sack around 6-ish, you're like, Hooner, what do you got for me?
Exactly.
So anyway, in that 4:30 show, I visit every day with one of our top Fox reporters back in Washington.
I love
Doug Luzader?
Yes, love Doug.
Yeah,
and I
really
loved
great.
your selfies with him when you got to meet. You got to spend some time with him.
Yeah, back in D.C. we had a lot of fun. But anyway, so my question to him today, We should clip his report and the Q&A I did with him. I thought it was pretty good. But my question to him was that just kind of considering where America seems to be headed in this war against ISIS, and perhaps taking it more seriously than I think a lot of people feel even our leaders are taking it.
I agree.
That the latest poll I saw said that the number of Americans who actually support the idea of ground troops being used to wage and win a war against this particular terrorist organization jumped 11 percentage points.
After San Bernardino?
Just in the last few weeks.
Okay.
So I don't know the exact reference point, but from the prior poll, and so that would have been after San Bernardino.
I think it's just, well, first of all, we're a very impatient society. We've developed just that about us.
Right.
The we want it now culture, but we just want them to go away. We just want ISIS to be over with.
Sure.
And it doesn't feel like bombing them. Occasionally.
Will ultimately make it, yeah.
Supposedly
one of the bombs missed, what's the guy's name, al-Baghdadi? Supposedly one of the bombs missed him, and there was a report he actually left and moved to Libya, which is another country that they've managed to take over.
I couldn't even leave and move to Texas right now, and this guy's already off in Libya.
Correct. So that just shows you the bombs can be effective, but they will never win that war. It's interesting, they're flying over more of Los Angeles. They're shooting off toward the Malibu area of Santa Monica, Pacific Ocean.
Throughout the morning we have watched them go from campus to campus and show us what officers and officials are doing at each of those campuses. It's we haven't really seen them combing the campus yet, but we see almost the strategy session in the parking lot of them all hurdled up together. So,
well, yeah, and good for them. Good for them getting as many campuses as they can. I think that
they said their objective was all of them.
Yeah, sure. Oh, I meant media coverage-wise.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm glad that they're going from campus to campus, seeing if what they can report. But the point being that if the number of Americans that now support the concept of ground troops to wage war against and defeat ISIS has grown from, I believe it was 31% to 42%. We're approaching a majority in this country.
Wow.
In a nation that is war-weary because of Iraq and Afghanistan. People are tired of war. And yet to have that number grow that quickly, that much, is, it makes you sit up and take notice. Therefore, when it comes to who's going to be our next president, did you notice Hillary Clinton's got a speech later today on her strategy for defeating ISIS?
Oh, a little late in the game there, Hill.
Yeah.
I have noticed that from the beginning with the Republicans, it was always, it felt like Donald Trump came out swinging with immigration.
Yeah.
But aside from immigration, they were always ahead of the game in regards to terror and ISIS. That was something that they, and then the other side said they're just trying to scare you. That's what the Republican Party does.
Yeah.
And now here comes Hillary Clinton with her plan against ISIS, and and what a weird day to do it, because it's the debate tonight. So why would you? Whose eyes are going to be on you? We're all going to be watching the CNN debate. Everybody wants to see what Donald Trump's going to say next, and if there's a fisticuffs between him and Ted Cruz.
Sure, but Hillary Clinton, I do believe, understands the media pretty well. And let's think about it. Remember one of the early debates where she was? She was at a fundraiser with Kim Kardashian, and there was a selfie
like attracts life in the universe, huh?
Well, I'm just saying, there was a selfie that came out, and they got a lot of play the next day. Oh, Hillary's hanging with Kim Kardashian. Yeah. Then there was another debate where she was on one of the big talk shows the same night. It's almost a counter-programming thing, and and it sort of makes sense that you at least.
I've lost my LA visuals. It looks like I'm going to get Josh Earnest taking the podium any minute now.
Good.
And when I get Josh, I assume that he will address this. The media in these briefings are typically pretty up to date on current events.
Yeah,
and Josh is as well.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll hear Josh Earnest break down his thoughts or what he knows in regards to Los Angeles, and then know that in less than half an hour I am going to take you back to Los Angeles. I am anticipating getting that press conference from the LA Unified School District on updates there. And if you want to leave me, that's fine.
I don't want to leave you, but I do have to go to a meeting here in a sec. 10:30 meeting.
I like the way you said that.
Yeah.
That's why we're friends.
That's correct. But bottom line to this whole story I was beginning to tell about chatting with Doug Luzeta this morning, I said to him, given the fact that polls show a growing number of Americans supporting the idea of ground troops to defeat ISIS, what is more important tonight? And, of course, he can have his speculation. I can have mine. You can have yours. We'll see. We'll be talking about it tomorrow, I believe. My question, though, was, and it's something for everybody in the chat room to be thinking about, is it more important to appear to be a strong leader in this fight? Because people, I think, are craving leadership on this issue.
Absolutely.
Or is it more important to present a strong and workable plan with the specifics on how to defeat ISIS? In other words, is it more important to be that strong leader, or at least appear to be that strong leader, that you can get the country to follow you, or is it more important that you actually lay out your specifics of a plan?
That is a great question, but I feel like right now Trump is ahead of everyone because he's option one.
Yeah.
And so maybe the way to go is just by being a force. And Trump, whether he can do it or not, would hire, and I'm not like endorsing anybody, but I feel like he would put the people around him that would help him make those decisions.
Yeah.
So maybe it's like fake it till you make it, you know?
There you go. That's a good quote to end on. Not to end on, but I gotta leave. So we'll see.
I guess I could go home too.
No, you can't. You got this news conference coming up. And I got to go into a big planning meeting because every day's a new day on Fox 10.
Just to watch the best.
We got to create another Dynamite show. So
when you create another Dynamite commercial, I'd like for you to know that my choreography is pretty good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll mention that.
Thank you.
Okay.
All
See you,
right.
Kens.
Have a great meeting.
Good hanging out with you.
And we're going to wait for Josh Earnest to take the podium. Again, I do anticipate that he will probably address the threat in Los Angeles. I don't know, he's usually pretty quick on his feet, so I look forward to seeing what he says this morning. And I'm going to take a break for 2 seconds because I have been talking a lot.
We don't need it. And I am saying we've reported this a couple of times throughout the morning, but it hasn't been confirmed. And I guess it's coming from another news outlet, KKFX 11, that the district superintendent explained that the message referred to backpacks and other packages. So we are hearing that yet again this morning. Hopefully they will confirm or deny that at 11 a.m. when we see the press conference out of Los Angeles. I don't need it. Take it out. So I may pull it out. And they won't know.
get me going like that, we're actually gonna be live.
Essentially a potted plant.
Is the house out that the Canadians invade?
I mean, that's just based on skill level.
You said it, not me. Think of the skill level.
I'd love any resistance.
Think of a skill level for potted plant.
High.
The only time
I aspire.
The only time the skill level moves is when I take that dead plant out and throw it and put a new one in.
Sometimes I rotate.
I know. Yeah, I know they canceled that after why.
Get a fresh side for the sun.
What you need.
Really?
Two plants on my front porch right now. Keep my wife home.
Oh, those are like seasonal. Yeah.
You know the White House would never do that. I don't know what it is you're talking about, but obviously you're not talking about the White House in the land of freedom here that's covered in uniforms. We're never
Not really.
we're never late. They never say the chief president. Everything is 100%. Because this is America.
So you're trying to fight him.
No, I'm not.
I say you're soft. Yeah, you're probably grateful at this point. You might be fucking somebody. Yeah, no, really not.
Someone really? You don't know already after about 20 years. March, June, September. Whatever. You get here. I don't even know what I'm doing. What do you do? Oh.
No, but lunch I think is going to be about 3 o'clock. This is my mid-morning snack.
There's no fun food in my house anymore. Took me a while to get used to it.
Who makes it?
Kellogg's.
We're staying at 5. That's been my estimate. Oh, yeah. You don't want to start to bring it up. And you want me to get off the next day? Have you heard this? I mean, no. It's been a while since this night. So we follow this routine. I can't even imagine. Yeah. All I saw was his steering wheel and his head. And he has two-way like this. And then, yeah. They will. Want to get the cozy or how? And we fell into this habit. So like, on the last day, it's gorgeous.
How big they are?
Really? Yeah, the rim, yeah. Where do you want to eat? Country kitchen. As soon as I phone on the dash.
They brought my sweater.
Who's on this frequency?
A month in the spring, I wish I was.
My husband's like, who the hell is on here? And he's like,
close to retirement. Jackie. There's 4 more movies coming, so I think that you'll be okay. You'll be all right. Disney's doing all right. They got Pixar, which also is a money machine.
And we go out, get out and park the car, go to the restaurant, and the toys were flying off the shelf before the movie.
You know, it's funny because my mom just pitched all those toys I had in the 70s. I had all of them. And you're still kind of mad about that. I'll get over that, I guess, maybe. Probably not. Back to Star Wars was cool.
He's obsessed with Biff.
Maybe senior in college. Right. 70, 72. Was it 70?
72. I was a senior college when my shepherds.
There you go.
But I remember it was sold out when we actually sat on the floor in front of the first row.
I was wrong. 77.
Yeah, I've been in senior, graduated in 77.
77. Mr. Alec Guinness was still alive.
He's dead.
Mr. Alec Guinness, yeah.
How come E.T. wasn't coming out there to have this?
E.T.?
Close the bar down. That's what you like.
The extra trash trucks was nice.
Starting
That came out in 1982. Goodness. I was like halfway through my career by then. Been at school for 5 years.
There you go.
starts to do that. So they Tourette's. Swing in and bang the bar and
Who is that? Well, he was so good. And then he had that motorcycle accident. He was the first one and the second one. He was a project. The second one. And the first one, he was
And we're waiting for Josh Earnest to take the podium here any minute now. I see the chat room discussing the conversations happening in the laughter coming from the journalists in the room. You have to keep in mind these people are dear friends that see each other almost every day. This is the White House briefing room where they provide, it says via whitehouse.gov, timely and accurate information about the president's latest events and public statements. So this is Josh Earnest's briefing. He's familiar with all of these people. You can tell in the way he reacts and responds to some of their comments and questions. A lot of friendships and relationships here, so that's why you're hearing banter and laughter. These are not only people that work together every day, but I'm assuming friends at this point.
Idris Elba's in Star Trek?
Who?
Idris Elba?
Yeah.
What are you kidding me? What does he play? Wait a minute. What does it say?
You go to...
Why does it say 2016?
It's the next one coming out, I think.
Oh, Star Trek Beyond is the next one? They've already...
Oh, yeah, come on.
They've already said? So what's this one called? Star Trek something else? My middle brother knows Idris Elba.
Does it? Cool.
We work as a bouncer at my brother works at Caroline's Comedy Club. for,
That's kind of fun.
for, Baltimore thing, the wire.
Oh, right.
Working.
Simon taking all the. Star Trek, is that what he's in? But you're in Star Trek, you're not in Star Wars.
Oh, I thought I was in Star Wars.
You're in Star Trek.
Star Trek, yeah. Okay, let's go to Star Wars. The Force Awakens?
That's the one.
Scripts.
Yeah, he had a bad motorcycle accident in the first one. It's sort of.
How are you? Twice today.
She was on Ellen. She's hilarious.
Right. So now, so I took it. The only way I could take charge is by framing it negative. I know that. I know that. There's still only 3 members there. That's still cool, but that's right. This is bad, right? Like, you can't do that.
I don't think it depends.
All right, it looks like they have taken Josh Earnest from us. And this is the podium in Los Angeles, California, where we're going to get an update on that terror threat to schools. So let me change my lower third. If I see that I'm given Josh Earnest on another satellite and he speaks before they do, I'll cut to that. But they did switch out my satellite feed with Josh of Josh Earnest to the Los Angeles podium. So we'll stay here as we have been looking forward to that press conference. It's going to happen in about 10 minutes.
I'm going to need more Okay. Nothing on the IFB, but I have
Let me have it talk to you. Okay, Dr. Chan, when you discuss the IFB, please. Do you hear that? You hear it? Okay.
I do. Hey, Cooper, I got you. I got you. Great, Cooper, I got you.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that going to be good enough for you to go up to the front?
Okay. All right. He's dialed in. Can you ask them
Different show.
It's going to be Wolf.
Are you dialed in to her?
Hey, do you have the IFB? Are you dialed in to Wolf?
Yo. You're talking? She's talking to you, Greg. Okay, yeah. She's asking if he's now.
Okay.
New York is going first, right?
Yes, sir.
I guess we'll know.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Leave it there. Leave it. We have another one for you.
Mind your shot now? Hey, Troy. Can you this way? Mind your way if I just
No,
I'm sorry. What? Who's this? You guys.
The mic is on the podium.
What? No, say it one more time.
You could handle all three.
One more time. You guys, are you gonna come to me or not?
Never wrong time back at this.
Good morning, Michelle and Whit and everyone. We are just about 10 minutes, even less, from... No problem. You know what? Let me go to... Can you hear me now?
Also, we've been told that the sweeps have been done in area schools. The superintendent very clear this morning that this exposure was done out of a...
Sorry. You could go up to your...
See this floor?
Yeah, fine. We're good.
Chair? That has been done by the last ordinance. No schools have been. So those are all things it's been an RX change. The school district
5, 6, 7.
also understands there are frustrations out there with parents and online they put out. This is such a huge undertaking. They became overwhelmed.
Got it. I'm going to duck then so you can do that. Sorry. They want the podium for a live tease.
No, you can do it. But let them know the podium's covered. I don't have anything.
What was that?
Stand out in front of it.
I was just ducking, but yeah. Got it. Okay.
She tells me to move, and she tells me to move.
Yep. Yeah, I can totally do that. Yep. Sure. What number is it?
Absolutely, and that press conference, as you mentioned, scheduled for about 4 minutes from now. Difficult to say if it will go off on time. We have not seen any officials, either with the school district or the police department, arrive here inside of this conference room at district headquarters in downtown Los Angeles. But of course, when it happens, we will be here live with that. I do want to apologize, preface this by saying I did not hear Matt Gutman's report, but I do have some new information, not sure if he included this, that the threat, according to Police Chief Charlie Beck, LAUSD involved attacks with explosives. He said that New York may have had different information in their threat, and he supports the decision made by LAUSD Superintendent Ramon Cortinez. We're going to play some audio right now from Mr. Cortinez during that earlier press conference.
Absolutely. Well, already we see that Chief Charlie Beck is in the building here. We also expect him in person.
What was that? Sure. Thanks.
Hi, Atlanta, I hear you. Brianna. Okay.
And we
30
have
to just picture, 30 to just picture.
half hour that searches have begun at some schools, but as of maybe 45 minutes ago, that none of the schools had yet been cleared. We do believe that
I'm sorry, additional, it's just going to be the same thing as I said before, but VO and SOT, right?
that Chief Charlie Beck will be in attendance as well. Philip and Leslie, back to you.
Stand by.
Check the audio.
Jack.
Has this already been reported? Can you ask, has this already been on our air? This whole thing? Huh?
I don't know. What is that? Where's that? I need to see it. On CNN phone call. Okay. Congressman Brad Sherman, Democrat beeper with
But are we
Ashley Madison.
repeating what the congressman said?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah?
It's okay. You know what? Don't worry about it. I'll let
No
I'll
sense.
let them handle this whole thing.
Haven't seen a single one of the members in the room yet.
Have you read this?
No, I haven't.
Any of the key people.
All right, and as I'm sure you're aware of, what you're looking at is raw video. She's talking to a producer in her ear. You're seeing the environment. So typically I should lower the volume on her mic. I think this is really interesting. I hope you do too. We are waiting for this press conference out of Los Angeles to start. We're about 2 minutes away. However, you just heard the reporter out of Los Angeles say she has not seen any of those key people enter the room or in the venue. So it might take a few minutes before this starts. So I see Josh Earnest is taking the podium, but I want to stay on top of this in case it starts. I don't want you to miss a minute. But thanks so much to our Fox Los Angeles affiliate.
Yeah, it's a VOSOT.
And we're going to watch her do, I don't know if this is a tease for their live show. I thought that's what I heard earlier. But we're going to watch her do that prior to... Oh, they're taking the...
Hey, are you guys taking the White House live?
Somebody's taking the White House live. Oh, no. Wait.
Are you guys coming to us? Minute 30, VO soundbite.
The president is keeping the American people safe. And we certainly do want to encourage everyone to be vigilant. That includes the citizens of our country. We encourage them that if they see something, they should say something. That advice, of course, continues to be operative. And we encourage local law enforcement and state officials to be vigilant as they go about their basic business of protecting the American people.
No way of getting reporter questions.
At the same time, the president is resolute in his refusal to allow this country and our citizens to be terrorized. And there are several things the president's doing about that. Obviously, the first is, we have engaged this aggressive campaign to counter ISIL, to degrade and ultimately destroy that organization. That's an indication, and should be an indication to you and to the American public, that the president and the federal government are cognizant of the risks and are taking appropriate steps to protect the American people. This is, after all, the president's top priority. And I think that as people go about their business and go about the kind of holiday routines that many people rightly look forward to, that people can have confidence that our law enforcement professionals that are on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, are actually doing the work that's necessary to keep us safe. And they will remain vigilant, and they continue to use every element of the power and authority of the greatest country in the world to protect our citizens. And that is part of what should give people confidence that they can go about their holiday routine.
And on one other topic, I wanted to get your reaction to this new Saudi-led coalition that is going to be working against the Islamic State. Can you describe how that's going to work, overlapping significantly with the U.S.-led coalition? And does the U.S. have any concerns about having Saudi Arabia heading that operation, fueling the kind of Sunni Shia tensions that we've seen at play in Iraq and elsewhere in the Middle East?
Well, Josh, the first thing that's important for people to understand is that this coalition that was announced by the Saudis was not solely directed at ISIL, but rather to extremist and terrorist threats that are threatening all of the members of that coalition. So it's certainly broader than ISIL.
Good morning, Tony. Yeah, this press conference should start any minute now. In the last hour, we learned that the IP address for the email that came into the LAUSD board member this morning came from Frankfurt, Germany. It was early this morning. We're not told what the content of that email was. Hopefully we'll learn more in just a little bit. But let's jump to the video right now. You can see a lot of buses parked in a lot right now. Of course, this affects about 700,000 students. All of them had to stay home today. It looks like officials are coming in actually this moment. If they do in fact come to the podium, we'll take that live. But as I was saying, a bomb threat was sent to an LAUSD board member. The threat concerned backpacks and multiple students. The superintendent said it wasn't made to 1, 2, or even 3 schools, but to many schools. He couldn't go into specifics, but all school buses were told to return to their lots. Inspectors were called out. The LAPD and FBI were notified, and students and staff were directed to stay away from all campuses and inform officials if they saw anything suspicious. Now, students who were already at school had to wait outside. The school district spoke to us around 8 o'clock this morning, and they stressed just how rare all this is for them. Take a listen.
Before we start, I just want to say thank you all for helping us communicate with the families.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to drop the mic if they come out, okay? And I'll obviously mention that. Okay. It's Ramon Cortinez, right? Looks like Ramon Cortinez just walked out. I'm going to let him take it from here.
I've come out of retirement the 4th time. I'm back today. I want to welcome you. I want you to know that I made the decision to close the schools. That was after talking to the Chief Deputy Superintendent, the Chief of Police of School Police, and after they reviewed with me the information that had been shared with them. Based on past circumstances, I could not take the chance as it relates to one student or our staff that serve our students. It is important that in the last 4 hours, this city, this community has come together in behalf of our students that are in the regular schools, our students that are in the charter schools that are authorized by this school board. We are taking all sorts of precautions. Our plant managers are walking the campus with law enforcement people. Our plant managers and principals with law enforcement are looking at all of our schools, both small, large schools, etc. We have made sure that our parents are notified through ConnectEd messages, and we have repeated that time and time again. Those students that walk to school, especially young children, neighborhood children, we have had the principals meet and administrators meet them at the gate of the school, and they were not dismissed until parents came to pick them up, a guardian, etc. We are doing everything possible to make sure that children are safe, but that also students and parents understand that the precautions we are taking are done in a calming way, are done in a way that is in the best interest of everybody in this particular city. Not only is it the city of LA, as you know, the school district represents many independent cities, and we have reached out to them also. There are unincorporated areas in this school district that we have reached out to. I have reached out to the Board of Supervisors. I've reached out to the City Council. I've notified the State Superintendent of Schools. I have notified the Secretary of Education. Mainly because there are no secrets. Somebody has sent information that leads us to pause and make sure that we are safe, that our children and our staff are safe. Nobody could be more interested in this city than our mayor. Our mayor and his staff has joined us early this morning, and our mayor is here now. I'd like to turn it over to him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Superintendent. Good morning, everybody. The decision to close the schools is not mine to make, but it is mine to support as mayor of the city of Los Angeles. Since San Bernardino, we have seen whether it was our colleagues there who asked for the help of the Los Angeles Police Department as that shooting unfolded, or this morning when LAUSD reached out to the Los Angeles Police Department and the city of LA for assistance. We are here because our first job is to ensure that people are safe in this city. It is very easy for people to jump to conclusions, and I've been around long enough to know that usually what people think in the first few hours is not necessarily how it plays out in later hours. We see investigations unfold sometimes for a series of days, but decisions need to be made in a matter of minutes. I have been immediately on the phone when we learned of this with Phil Washington, the CEO of MTA, to ensure that students could travel free on our buses and our rail lines today, to ensure they can get home safely, to make sure that they are able to get through this city without having to worry, because we know a lot of parents still have to continue to get to work and can't even afford to miss one day. But we are here, Chief Beck and I, was local law enforcement here through LAPD's very extensive and experienced training and leadership that connected some of the dots nationally on this. We of course reached out, and the school district reached out immediately to our federal law enforcement officials who have been extra taxed in recent weeks since San Bernardino, but to bring them into this investigation. But also it was in talking to our counterparts in New York and learning of other places where now we realized this was not the only city to face that threat. We will continue to hope that this is nothing and that our children can be back at school tomorrow. But as a parent and as a mayor, certainly I'm here to support this school district as it seeks our help to ensure that we can look at each one of these campuses and make sure that they are safe for all of our children. And an abundance of caution is something that I think all of us who have children appreciate. So we will be here, continue to be here. We have also activated the city's Emergency Operations Center at level 1, which is our lowest level but constant staffing, to make sure that we can follow this, continue to share any intelligence, work with our federal law enforcement officials, and do whatever the school district asks of us. My number one priority is keeping this city safe, and I will continue to do that. No matter who reaches out to us, we have incredibly well-trained police force. And one last thing I would say to the people of LA, whether this pans out as something that could have happened or not, and we might not ever be able to conclude that definitively, I do not want people to say, because sometimes things don't result in a shooting or don't result in a foiled plot, to not speak up and to not speak out. We need to continue to have people, if you see something, say something. Visit iwatchla.com and learn how you can be more vigilant. As we continue to live our lives here in the city of Los Angeles and the values that we hold of freedom, of our liberty, we want to make sure also that we are safe. También brevemente en español yo quiero decir, estamos aquí a apoyar el distrito escolar con esta situación. Como un padre, como el alcalde de la ciudad de Los Ángeles, es muy importante apoyar este distrito con la seguridad de nuestros hijos. Estamos aquí a proveer estos oficiales del Departamento de Policía. Es mi esperanza que este no es una amenaza creíble, pero estamos aquí a proteger nuestros niños y continuaremos con esta misión. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Chief Beck, I'd like to call on you next.
Thank you, Superintendent. Very late last night, the Los Angeles Police Department was contacted by LA Unified School Police Chief Zipperman about a very specific threat that had been delivered via email to a number of the people on the school board. After reviewing that threat, we became very concerned, contacted the FBI, and began to work jointly through our Joint Terrorism Task Force to try to vet that threat and to be able to give the school board and the superintendent our best advice on moving forward. We were able to do that. The superintendent made a decision. We support his decision, as does the mayor. I would say this to people that are critical. It is very easy, in hindsight, to criticize the decision based on results that the decider could never have known. It is also very easy to criticize a decision when you have no responsibility for the outcome of that decision. The school district safeguards 750,000 lives every day. When they make a decision, they have to take into account the safety of the children of Los Angeles. I think it's irresponsible based on facts that have yet to be determined, to criticize that decision at this point. All of us make tough choices. All of us have the same goal in mind. We want to keep our kids safe. These are tough times. These communities, our community, Southern California, has been through a lot in the recent weeks. Should we risk putting our children through the same? I'm also joined by my partner in law enforcement here, the other half of what keeps the region safe, Sheriff Jim McDonnell, and if it's okay with Ray, I'd like to have Jim say a few words.
Speak. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Just here to be able to, I guess, add a note of reassurance that we're working very closely together. Once we became aware of this issue, we immediately became in contact. We have co-located our representatives in the Emergency Operations Center, and we then strategically from there start vetting the information that's available to us, working with all of our partners at the federal, state, and local level. We are blessed that in this region we have great relationships, and when we have the need, we come together in a way that I think you would all be very proud of, although we don't and can't really talk about it. A lot of work is being done to be able to run this to ground, and we're working together to ensure that the 700,000 young people who go to LA Unified are safe, and that we continue to move forward with that common goal in mind. So I thank you for your understanding and for working with us as we deal with this very difficult issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I want you to meet the Chief of School Police, Mr. Zipperman, and then I will turn it over to the board president to introduce the board.
Good afternoon. I just want to say again to all of my law enforcement colleagues, Sheriff McDonnell, Chief Beck, Honorable Mayor, as indicated before, sometimes we have to make tough decisions, as it's already been stated. I assure you that our number one priority is the safety and security of not only our students, but our staff as well. We go based on the information that we have, and we collaborate with our law enforcement partners, and LAPD now is taking the lead on this as a result of the threat as a normal protocol. I assure you as the Chief of Police of this school district that while our campuses are having a walkthrough as we speak, that none of our schools will be reopened until not only I feel that we have been given the information through those folks that are out there in the field right now checking each location, but the information that I will receive based on LAPD's continued investigation based on the collaboration and communication with Sheriff McDonald, Chief Beck, and certainly our federal partners, and then finally the briefing and concurrence with the superintendent and the Board of Education. At that time is when we will make a decision to open up our schools, and we will not do that until we are completely satisfied that we have taken every measure possible to ensure the safety of our students. Thank you.
Board President.
Good morning. I want to thank the mayor, the chief, the sheriff, our chief of police, and especially our superintendent of schools. On behalf of the entire board, and the entire board is gathered here in solidarity with this decision and in support of everyone who is working and has been working through the night to keep our children, our schools safe so that they can return to be the anchors of our community. I want you to know also, on behalf of the board, that I've never been prouder to be an Angelino than I have been over the last few hours. This entire city has come together around our children, around their families. This is not an easy situation. This is a difficult day for families in Los Angeles. This is a difficult day for teachers who want nothing more than to teach our kids and to give hope for the future. But I want you to know that the only thing that is more important to this Board of Education, to our superintendent, to all of the civic leaders that are gathered here today, the only thing that is more important than the education of our children is the safety of our children. And we will make sure that that safety is assured, working together as all of us have. I want to say again to the leadership of our community, our labor partners who have stepped up in every way this morning, our business community, we will need your patience, we will need your understanding, not only for our schools and our teachers, but most especially for our families. More than being employees today, more than any other role, our parents and guardians need to be parents and guardians. So as we move forward throughout the day, we will work with and continue to work with the superintendent, his team, and our law enforcement partners, and we will make sure that we will do everything that we can to help you do your job. And we thank you for keeping our communities informed and engaged and making sure that we will be able to continue with the business of public education in Los Angeles. Superintendent?
I want the media and the press to know that I've instructed Mrs. Haber, the district's communication officer, to issue half-hour information briefs for the rest of the day. So there may be some of them that say we don't have anything new, but I want everybody to know as much as possible. I want you to know we are not going to take questions. This is an investigation. The investigation is not complete, and when the city police who have charge of the investigation decide that information is available, we will make that information available to you. But we will have no comment until then. Ms. Haber, though, will release updates every half hour. Thank you very much.
Do you still believe this to be a responsibility? Don't you have a responsibility to help people, all their kids out of school today, and you can't tell us more about the threat, about exactly what led to this decision? You can't answer any questions.
I'm George McKenna. I'm the Vice President of the board. Superintendent indicated we would not be answering questions now, but I want to say something. This is not a day of wasted time. Students would prefer to be in school, but this is an educational process right now. Students have learned today, and parents have learned how much we value them, how much we value students. This is an educational experience, that they're more valuable to us than any other people in this world, that our children's safety is important enough for us to take this extreme step. We know it's extreme, but we take it with a heart, we take it with the support of law enforcement and the belief that we're doing the right thing. To do otherwise might be unfortunate. But rather than maybe, we want to do what we know is possible. We cannot divulge everything you'd like to know, and I'm sure we'd be here for a long time with you asking questions. But we will not be able to do that. What we want you to know, to the parents, as soon as possible, we will be back in school. Schools will always be here, and this is an educational experience. Teach your children that we do this on their behalf, not to give them a day out of school. Some of them may enjoy a day out of school, but this is not a good thing. This is a thing that we have to do on their behalf. Thank you for your interest.
I'm sorry, you guys
I'm sorry, you are asking questions that we will not ask. We will not answer your questions.
Buenos días, tardes. Soy Mónica García. Quiero brevemente agradecer al alcalde, al jefe de policía, a nuestro sheriff.
All right, guys, I'm going to try to move over on the side because I know people are continuing to shoot this press conference here. But just to give you a recap of what happened, many people up here stress that the only thing more important than the children's education is their safety. That's why they were pulled out of school today. They did not talk about the threat itself, though, and if, in hindsight, it was a credible threat. Superintendent Ramon Cortines did say he doesn't regret shutting the schools down. Garcetti talked about how he ensured the students could go home safely. Chief Charlie Beck and Jim McDonald also spoke briefly. They talked about how the threat was delivered to a number of people on the board, but again, they did not really talk about the threat itself, and if hindsight...
All right, we lost our LA reporter. We're going to jump to Josh Earnest right now, who's giving his White House
necessary to
press
fulfill
briefing.
Those work requests. Obviously, if Senator McCain were under the view that this was important enough for him to pass legislation on, then surely he would believe that this would be important enough to fund. But I haven't looked at the entirety of his proposal, and so I'm not sure exactly how he's factored that into his proposal. But
does the president have that authority? Could he tell the Department of Homeland Security, look at social media?
well, I'm not sure if I'm not sure why any specific legislation would be required to take a step like that.
And it's, I guess it's my understanding also that within any moment now, any day now, we're going to get new guidelines from the Department of Homeland Security in terms of a new terror alert system or a revamped terror alert system or changes to the terror alert system. And I'm just curious if there's anything you can offer in terms of a preview. I know you may not want to steal their thunder if they're announcing this tomorrow or whatever, but what is the president's view of the old color-coded program that did get people's attention, although it was mocked from time to time, you know, when is it a yellow, when is it an orange, and so forth. You know, you do notice more see something, say something signs these days, it seems, since Paris and in California. Do we need more of those signs? I guess, what are the president's thoughts? Because I would assume he would have some, has he had some input into this process in terms of what he would like to see? What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that the color-coded terror threat system that was put in place in the previous administration was discarded in the early days of this administration in favor of a different alert system. And the Department of Homeland Security has been looking for at least several months now at ways that that current reformed system could be made even more effective. And the idea is that the system should be able to incorporate additional information that could be useful if shared with the public. And so the challenge that DHS has been grappling with is how to essentially codify this system to incorporate reforms that would allow for more effective and direct communication with the public. So this is something they've been working on, and I would anticipate that that there'll be some reforms and adjustments to this program that will be announced here in the next few days.
I don't mean to belabor this. Has the president had some input into this? Has he said, here's what I'd like to see, and that sort of thing?
I believe that the president has had a discussion with the Secretary of Homeland Security about the need for these kinds of reforms. But you know, I think the president has a lot of confidence in the experts at the Department of Homeland Security to orient these programs in a way that's consistent with the national security interests of the United States. Okay, Jordan.
Thanks, Josh. I want to ask about TPP. Speaker Ryan sounded a bit more optimistic this morning about the prospects for a vote next year than Leader McConnell did. So I'm wondering, does the White House view Speaker Ryan as a partner in getting TPP passed next year? And has the President had any conversations recently with the Speaker about advancing that piece of legislation next year?
Well, Jordan, the White House was able to work effectively with both Leader McConnell and Speaker Ryan earlier this summer in passing Trade Promotion Authority legislation. Speaker Ryan, of course, was then the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee. He didn't serve in the august position that he currently holds. But he was an effective partner in advancing that legislation earlier this summer, and we would envision a process of working closely with the Republican leaders in both the House and the Senate to try to advance congressional approval of the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement that was recently completed. I will say that our view continues to be that our argument has been strengthened by the fact that we now have a deal for Congress to consider. Previously, we were making the argument that Republicans in Congress should entrust the Democratic president to go and negotiate this agreement. And that included reaching a 60-vote threshold, knowing that we had the strong opposition of a substantial majority of Democrats and Republicans in both houses of Congress. The situation now is somewhat different. Now we actually have a specific agreement for Congress to consider, and they have the details of 18,000 tax cuts that they can dig through. There are now a lot of reasons to be strongly supportive of this agreement. And now that we have essentially a predicate for people who have previously supported the ability of the administration to negotiate this agreement, that should add some momentum to our ability to pass this. Because of the passage of Trade Promotion Authority, there is a more clearly defined legislative track or legislative path for this agreement through both houses, which should speed passage. And that includes no longer needing to meet a 60-vote threshold in the Senate. So we have some built-up momentum behind this. And we're optimistic that this is something that can and should get done in a timely fashion. Now, there obviously will be ample time for members of Congress to consider the details of this agreement. This is one of the sticking points in trying to advance Trade Promotion Authority legislation, was members of Congress clamoring to see all of the available details. And that clamor has now subsided, that we have put the final agreement online for everyone to consider. And I assume that part of the reason that clamor has died down is it's now obvious how significant the benefits are. And so we continue to be optimistic that this is something that Congress can and should do in a timely fashion. And we'll work closely with Speaker Ryan and Leader McConnell to get it done.
Has the President spoken with either of those leaders about setting the preliminary talks about setting the groundwork for a vote? And has he communicated in any way with Leader McConnell about his remarks about not sending the bill up next year?
Yeah. I don't have any specific congressional conversations to tell you about as it relates to this specific matter, but I can tell you that the White House has been in regular touch with Capitol Hill about the agreement, and I can assure you that Ambassador Froman's office has been in close touch with Capitol Hill about approving this agreement. You'll recall that senior members of the President's team here at the White House met with business leaders who are quite enthusiastic about seeing prompt legislative action to approve the agreement and move down the track of implementing it so that American businesses and American workers can begin reaping the significant benefits. Okay. Margaret.
Josh, is the White House aware of threats against any other school districts in the U.S.?
Margaret, I don't have any specific threat information to share with you from here. Again, if the intelligence community or the Department of Homeland Security determines that there is threat information that should be shared with the American public, then they will do so. Obviously, the federal Homeland Security officials and federal law enforcement officials are in close touch with school districts and local officials in communities all across the country, just as a matter of course. We value that relationship because in some cases there can be federal resources and federal expertise that can be brought to bear to assist local authorities as they assess information that they may have received or work to determine the appropriate response to those threats.
I understand you don't want to comment on the specific case since the situation's ongoing out in LA, but broadly speaking, I mean, what does it signify here that an email can shut down one of the largest school districts in the United States? I mean, that level of fear and the impact it's had is pretty significant.
Well, I think what is significant here is the challenge that local officials face in remaining vigilant based on the threats that they are aware of and in some cases have received themselves, while also making sure that they are steadfast in refusing to be terrorized. This is why the administration is so conscientious about ensuring that we're doing everything we can to support local authorities as they consider these kinds of threats and as they consider steps that they should take in response to them. But ultimately, this is a decision that is best made and rightly made by local officials who know and understand their community the best.
So when you're emphasizing local, are you signaling that this shouldn't be a federal matter in terms of terror concerns, in terms of a higher threat level here?
No, what I'm suggesting is that this is just as a factual matter, this is a decision that was made by local officials. But there certainly is an important role for the federal government, in this case the FBI, to play in supporting local officials as they consider this threat information, as they evaluate the significance of it, and as they determine what steps need to be taken to ensure the safety of the public. But ultimately, when it comes to making the decision, it's a decision that's made by local officials.
This week, I mean, put in the context of this week, what we expect to hear from the president, what we have heard from the president in terms of what seems to be an effort to reassure Americans. It does appear that at this level, the White House has recognized that there is a certain level of concern about national security that seems to be trumping so many other issues that are pressing right now. I mean, how do you see that? Should national security be the #1 concern among Americans right now? I mean, because you look at the polls, it's really kind of rocketing to the top, certainly for politicians out there running for office.
Yeah. Well, I think the president touched on this in his address to the nation in the Oval Office, where he noted that the attacks in Paris and the terror attack that we saw in San Bernardino, both literally and figuratively, hits close to home. And it, of course, raises natural and understandable concerns that people might have about the threat posed by violent extremists. That's understandable. We see a similar reaction in the aftermath of some of these mass shootings. Whether that's in Colorado Springs or in Oregon or even in Charleston. And that kind of sort of visceral human response, I think, is a natural one. It's an understandable one. And we certainly do want to encourage vigilance. So, but at the same time, it's important for people to recognize that the chief aim of the violent extremists that are operating, whether it's overseas or here in the United States, is to try to terrorize people and to instill fear in them and to provoke an overreaction. That is their most effective weapon. And it's why the president has, again, time and again, reiterated his commitment to ensuring that we're not going to give in to fear. We're not going to give in to terrorism. We're not going to allow the actions of violent extremists, whether they're motivated by a perversion of Islam or something else, to instill fear all across the countryside. It doesn't mean we're not going to be vigilant, because we surely are. And we've talked quite a bit in the last few days about the significant and serious steps that this administration has taken to both countering violent extremism and, in the case of ISIL, building an international coalition to destroy them. But this is, we're talking about some basic human emotions here, and it's understandable that that emotions are going to factor into this response. But again, it does illustrate why it's important that we not give in to fear.
Can I ask you about the president's speech today? He spoke passionately about immigration, about refugees, and Specifically, he made an analogy between, or he compared the Syrian refugees of today to the Jews fleeing World War II. And that's very powerful imagery. What is the president doing in terms of perhaps reviewing the number of Syrian refugees that this country is going to be accepting, since it is a relatively small fraction of the number around the world, just some 10,000 or so? Is that number going to go up?
Well, 10,000 did reflect a significant increase from the levels that were admitted to this country before. I think the other part of this, there are two other factors here that are relevant. The first is, three actually. The first is that the United States continues to be the largest donor of humanitarian assistance to this response effort. There are more than $4 billion, I think we're now approaching $5 billion in assistance that's been provided by the United States to countries in the region that are trying to meet the basic humanitarian needs of Syrians fleeing violence. The other thing that the administration has been doing is leading an international effort to try to bring an end to the political turmoil inside of Syria that has contributed to so much violence and instability in that country. It's that violence and instability that people from Syria are fleeing. So trying to address that root cause is a priority. But we've also seen that ISIL has tried to capitalize on this instability to essentially carry out a reign of terror against a substantial number, hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. And the president has been vigilant about building an international coalition to destroy that terrorist organization. So I think the response has been robust on the part of the United States. It's indicative of the preeminent role that the United States has historically and continues to play in the world. It is in part at least motivated by the moral questions that are raised by all of this. And that moral question is essentially, we're blessed with so many resources in this country. What are we going to do to respond to our fellow human beings who are in need? And I think that our response to that question has been quite forceful.
But precisely to that point, the president was talking about the U.S. being a haven, literally, for people fleeing war. Yeah. And the White House has said at least 10,000 refugees. Is that number going to go up? Are we going to take more Syrians in?
Well, I know that there is a process that's underway at the State Department. It, of course, has to be balanced against our national security interests and the need to protect the safety and security of the American people. But the president has talked about how a well-functioning immigration system does enhance our national security. And it certainly contributes to the strength of our country overall. And it's why that's one that the president has strong support. I don't have any announcements about a higher number at this point, but there are certainly a range of other things that the United States can do and has done to respond to this situation. I think the other relevant statistic here, Margaret, and you know this as well as anyone, that when it comes to the UN refugee resettlement program, that the United States actually resettles more of those refugees through that UN program than every other country in the world combined. And again, I think that is consistent with both our values as a country and a response to the moral questions that are central to all of this. Okay, Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. If I could just follow just real quickly on something Margaret was asking about. Has that $5 billion been set aside, or has it been distributed already, and where can we get sort of a tick-tock of where that money went?
Yeah, this is something that the State Department can follow up with you on, and I'll see if we can get somebody here to follow up with you.
Thanks.
These are payments that over the last several years the United States has paid to the UN, to other humanitarian organizations, and in some cases directly to other countries. Turkey, Jordan, Lebanon, other countries that are housing hundreds of thousands and in some cases millions of Syrians fleeing violence.
Gotcha. I want to stay on dollars. The Fed is widely expected to raise interest rates tomorrow for the first time since 2006, maybe a quarter of a point. I know you don't want to get ahead of that. You don't want to impact markets, but I wonder if you could talk about the psychology behind rate hikes. People and consumer confidence in particular is impacted, whether it's the White House or the Fed. I just would like to know if raising the rate by just a quarter of a point, is that sort of an admission that the economy is really fragile? Or is it a statement in and of itself that says, hey, listen, we don't want to push this too hard because we're not secure in how strong the economy is right now?
Yeah. Well, Kevin, I think the questions that you're asking are entirely legitimate, but they're ones that are best directed to the Federal Reserve, because ultimately they're the ones that are evaluating the health of the economy and making decisions about the appropriate level to peg the interest rate. As they make these decisions, I know that in recent years the Fed has tried to embrace the responsibility that they have to try to communicate clearly with the public about what factors are influencing their decisions. So as they meet later this week, regardless of what decision they make, I'm confident that we'll get some greater clarity from the Fed about what factors are influencing their decision. I do think, though, that if you look at essentially the basics of our economy, and whether that's job creation or consumer confidence or economic growth, the economy is stronger than it's been in quite some time.
Speaking of job creation, yesterday you mentioned, I think it was Westinghouse, if I'm not mistaken, we're talking about green energy and developing, economies overseas, for example. And you mentioned that they may be able to, or may have on the books 4 nuclear plants. Was it China, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, that's right.
Is that right? Does the president believe that they should also be developing more nuclear technologies here and establishing more nuclear power plants here? Because we haven't had any, I think, domestically since like the 70s, isn't that right?
There was a permit that was issued earlier in the administration for a nuclear power plant here in the United States. I don't know where that project stands, to be honest with you, but I'm sure the Department of Energy can give you an update on that. The reason that I highlighted that specific example is that we're talking about an American company, Westinghouse Electric, that is getting business in China because of China's commitment to reducing carbon pollution. That's good for the American economy. It's good for American workers here in the United States that we can essentially, export some of this technology and this work from the United States to China. And it is a reason that the president is optimistic about this Paris Agreement, not just because of the impact it will have on the health of our planet, but because of the impact it will have on the health of our economy. When it comes to the domestic economy, we've obviously made significant commitments in the context of the Paris Agreement, and it will challenge the United States to make some decisions about the kinds of investments in renewable energy that we want to make here. And it's why we've seen such a dramatic increase, for example, in the production of solar energy. That I believe that's actually up 20-fold in the United States since the president took office. When it comes to power generation from wind, that's tripled since the president has been in office. So I think that is an indication that those early investments are, again, good for the planet, good for us in terms of trying to meet the commitments that were made in the context of Paris, but also good for the economy. These are good manufacturing jobs when we're talking about the building of wind turbines or the installation of solar panels. These are good middle-class jobs, and certainly are an important source of economic opportunity for workers here in the United States.
And lastly, I want to ask you about former Secretary of State Clinton giving a big policy speech over in Minneapolis. I was sort of doing a TikTok of where she differs from the president on foreign policy, and there doesn't seem to be a great deal of difference. And so there's been some criticism. People say it's Obama 2.0 if she becomes president. Is that an accurate reflection from your vantage point, and is that a good thing?
Well, I would first observe that having served as the President's Secretary of State during his first term in office, that I'm not particularly surprised to hear that even after your careful review that you've determined that their approach to a large number of foreign policy issues is at least similar. At the same time, I would leave it to the campaign to describe to you exactly what kind of policy agenda she is putting forward, and she certainly has a well-earned reputation as an independent thinker, and so I'm confident there are probably some areas where she would disagree with the president. But to hear that, based on your analysis, that their approach is generally similar, I'm not surprised to hear that. Okay, Chris.
Thanks, Josh. Understanding you don't want to second-guess any decisions from the podium, you said in answer to the first question that the president has been informed of the decision made in Los Angeles. And normally in situations like this, you talk about sort of getting briefed on the threat. And I'm just wondering if there was an analysis of the level of threat, whether they thought one existed. And the other thing that you didn't say that you often do in these situations is he's continuing to get updated.
Well, I'm confident that if it's necessary to update the president on this specific issue, that he will be updated by his national security team.
The FBI. Sometimes you say, sometimes.
Sometimes I've said that in the past. I think in this case, I'm confident that they'll update him if they determine that it's necessary, and they'll do that because the FBI is in close touch with local officials on the ground in Los Angeles, and the president's national security team here at the White House continues to monitor the situation. So it certainly is something that that we're tracking here.
The president himself has acknowledged sort of the unease that's in the country, and this is the kind of thing that happens. And I just wondered, given the level of anxiety and the cost that's involved, the logistics that's involved, the resources that are diverted when you have a situation like this to shut down a school system this huge, is there a reassessment of the federal role in a situation like this, even if you understand that the ultimate decision is going to be made on a local level? Is there any kind of reassessment or any thought of a reassessment of the role that the federal government plays in coordination with local or state officials?
There's nothing that nothing specific that I'm aware of right now with regard to a reassessment of that role, because I do think it's appropriate that in situations like this, that local officials are ultimately responsible for making the decision that they believe, based on their knowledge of the community, makes the most sense and is consistent with their judgment about the best way to protect the community. And the federal government certainly has a responsibility to support local officials as they make those decisions and as they implement them. So I'm not aware at this point of any formal effort that's underway to reevaluate that relationship, but if a reevaluation like that takes place, we'll definitely let you know.
And given what has happened today, and again, this is sort of top of mind and going to be in all the headlines and is dominating a lot of the cable news coverage, anything else you can tell us about the president's plans for Thursday, what we're expecting to hear from him, why he's going to the National Counterterrorism Center?
Yeah. Well, the president typically, shortly before the holiday break, will convene a formal meeting with his Homeland Security team, including members of the intelligence community, law enforcement officials, and obviously national security officials here at the White House, to discuss the threat picture for the country in advance of the holidays. And this is something the president's done on an annual basis, and he's doing it again this year. But what is different about this year, I don't know if he's done this in the past, but what's different this year is that the president will travel to the National Counterterrorism Center, where he'll get this briefing at that location instead of in the Situation Room. But I'm not aware that it will change who the participants are in the meeting. But it certainly will give the president an opportunity to get an updated threat assessment based on the hard work that's been done by our intelligence community and by law enforcement.
So it's going there mostly optics, or something that you hope will get more attention, or is there something specific he wants to see there?
Well, I would suspect that it will get more attention because the president is traveling there, but it also will give the president an opportunity to thank the men and women in our intelligence community that, based on their job description, don't get noticed a lot. And these are people who often will have to be away from their families over the holidays because they're working, and they're always on duty 24/7 to protect the country. And the president relies on the information that they obtain to make important national security decisions. And by traveling to the National Counterterrorism Center, the president will have an opportunity to thank those patriotic men and women who serve in our intelligence community and play a vital role in keeping us all safe. Okay. Richard.
You probably know Canada expects to welcome up to 25,000 refugees, Syrian refugees, until February. We're just shy of 1,000 at the moment. Things have been going very smoothly in Quebec, Ontario. They're receiving healthcare coverage as soon as they get there. They're very warmly welcomed. Would you say the Canadian example a way to reassure Americans and states in particular who've said openly that they refuse to welcome Syrian refugees. Would it be an example to, would CAS serve as an example to reassure Americans that it can be done securely?
Yeah. Well, Richard, I think when discussing the relationship between the United States and Canada, it's not uncommon for me and for other people who have stood behind this podium to note the values that we share in common. And I think that the response that we've seen from the Canadian people and the Canadian government is consistent with the kinds of values that are held dear in the United States of America as well. And obviously the response from the Canadians to respond with this gesture of generosity to try to meet the basic humanitarian needs of fellow human beings who are in a pretty desperate situation, again, I think is a good representation of the kinds of values that are central to this country as well.
Immigration officials have said that the suspicious case, they've found some and they've put them aside and they're dealing with it. So it's possible to do this in a secure way and protect the population.
Well, again, I don't have a lot of insight into the process that Canadian officials are using, but I'm not surprised to hear that Canadian officials are prioritizing the safety and security of the Canadian homeland as they implement this program. Obviously, that's what the United States does as well, and given the significant undefended border between our two countries, those kinds of security precautions are something that are in the interest of citizens in both our countries. So, obviously, what they're doing is important from a national security standpoint, but they're responding to the same kinds of values that many Americans believe are really important too. Okay, Philip.
Republican debate tonight, are you in any way worried that the reputation of the United States as a whole could be hurt further by proposals or policy proposals from Donald Trump that have been deemed racist by many Europeans, by many people abroad? Do you think the reputation of the U.S. as a whole could be hurt further by things that he might say?
Well, Philip, I think in general, we have heard from many Republican candidates, not just Mr. Trump, rhetoric that is offensive and divisive and deployed to cynically benefit their political campaigns. And the fact is they're talking about the kinds of values that frankly should come before someone's own narrow political ambition. And I've been quite outspoken in condemning some of the comments from a variety of Republican politicians. You've had an opportunity to hear from the president in a variety of settings where he has laid out his vision of how our nation's values should inform the foreign policy decisions that are made in this country. But ultimately, the American people are going to have to decide what kind of leadership they want, and that's their responsibility, and that's the way that our system works. These values and these policy decisions are the subject of legitimate political debate. So I'm not suggesting somehow that the candidates should be silenced in one way or another, but I do think that our country's interests would be better served if those candidates were more committed to ensuring that their rhetoric actually reflected the true values of our country. Okay.
The policy proposal to ban Muslims from entering the United States has been deemed racist and even fascist by editorial writers, by experts abroad. Are those terms that you don't necessarily agree with, but would you reject those outright?
Well, Philip, over the course of the last week or so, I've had ample opportunity to make my views quite well known on the comments from Mr. Trump and from others. Those views reflect the position of the administration, and so I'd encourage you to consider the comments that you've heard from me as an accurate reflection of our posture here. Okay? Francesca, I'll give you the last one.
Thank you, Raj. Back on the refugees,
Ben Carson released a 7-point plan today that he says would protect America, and also it deals with the war against ISIS. And one of the points of his plan was that the United States should urge its allies and partners in the Middle East to engage in massive recruitment and training of Sunni Syrian men based in Saudi Arabia and the Gulf of Sunni Syrian male refugees in Jordan to establish a military force to destroy ISIS. And first and foremost, I do have another question after that, but first and foremost, do you know of any sort of ongoing effort like that to, to take the Syrian refugees that are in that area and recruit and train them to fight ISIS? And what would the administration think of such an effort?
Well, there has already been an effort that was that the Department of Defense committed a substantial number of resources to, trying to train and equip moderate Syrian opposition fighters that didn't yield the kind of results that we would like to see. What we have said is that we do believe that our partners in the region can do more to contribute to our overall counter-ISIL effort, and we certainly would welcome additional contributions to that effort. In fact, Secretary Carter is traveling in the region over the course of this week, and I'm confident we'll be having some discussions both with his military commanders about what more the United States can do to contribute to that effort, but also meeting with the leaders of other countries, or at least senior officials in other countries, to discuss what more they can contribute to our ongoing efforts.
That's significantly different. I do hear what you're saying, but that seems to me significantly different than saying that we should mobilize the refugees that are in the refugee camps in the region and train and equip them to fight ISIS.
Well, again, I haven't read Dr. Carson's program, so.
And then the final thing was regarding, you mentioned Canada and our shared border with Canada. He also suggested deploying the National Guard to the border with Canada and the southern border, and given your support in the past for the president's, I guess, own recommendations that maybe aren't directly, affiliated with any sort of attack that's already happened. I was wondering what you thought about the idea of, sending them to the borders to protect from something like that.
Well, I haven't seen his specific proposal. Obviously, the president is a strong advocate of border security. There have been more resources in terms of manpower and technology deployed to our border with Mexico than at any time in our history. And that is a testament to the president's commitment to this issue. There would be significantly more resources dedicated to our border had Republicans in Congress not blocked comprehensive immigration reform that would have actually made an historic investment in border security. So if Dr. Carson is concerned about border security, then I encourage him to take it up with House Republicans who blocked an investment in border security that might address some of the problems that he claims to be trying to solve. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
All right, and I know that you are looking forward to the debate this evening. I'm gonna play, I have to do my Nancy Grace again where I hold my ear. I'm gonna play some of the candidates' most recent speeches for you now. And again, when I do have breaking news, I'll cut into it. You're not missing out on anything. But I'm going to take you to some of the candidates you can anticipate seeing this evening on the debate stage. They're saying everyone is watching for Donald Trump and Ted Cruz to see if they get into it. I don't think they will. I think that Cruz does not want to cross Donald Trump. So I'm going to take you to Marco Rubio. I believe this is in Vegas. So yeah, Marco Rubio and Trump were in Vegas yesterday. Take a look at Marco Rubio.
They are going to keep that deal so long as it doesn't hurt their ability to grow their economy. Well, guess what? It's going to hurt their ability to grow their economy, which means they're not going to do it. This kind of unilateral disarmament in our economy is reckless, and it is hurting the American dream. You know what's hurting the American dream? Obamacare, a complete and utter disaster. And I'm very proud of something. Everybody running for president as a Republican is against Obamacare. But I am the only one running that's ever scored a victory against Obamacare. Last year, we were able to defund a bailout fund that was built into Obamacare. A lot of people didn't even know it was in there. And that saved you, the American taxpayer, $2.5 billion that otherwise would have been used to bail out these insurance companies. We're going to do it again this year, but ultimately the best way to get rid of it is to repeal and replace Obamacare in its entirety. And if it wasn't enough to have the American dream in trouble, our people feel as insecure as they ever have. And there are a lot of reasons to feel insecure. The world has grown increasingly dangerous. You have a radical lunatic in North Korea who governs that country and happens to possess dozens of nuclear weapons. The Chinese are undergoing the most rapid military expansion in human history. Russia, under Vladimir Putin, is sowing instability in Europe and increasingly in the Middle East. A radical Shia cleric in Iran is about to receive $150 billion of sanctions relief, which they're not going to spend on building hospitals and roads and bridges. You know he's going to spend it on what they've always spent it on: sponsoring terrorism, and ultimately to build a long-range missile that can reach the United States and then buy or build a nuclear warhead to put on that missile and hold us hostage. These are all incredible threats to our national security. And on top of that, we face the growing rise of radical jihadists, of radical Islamist jihadists, particularly in the case of ISIS. An apocalyptic group, not just a radical jihadist group, an apocalyptic group who recruits people to their cause by telling them that you will be joining the army that is going to trigger the final Armageddon in the city of Dabiq in northern Syria. That's how they recruit people. Why is it important to know they're apocalyptic? Because you immediately realize they're not going to go out of business on their own. And they're not going to turn into stockbrokers. And they're not doing this because they're disgruntled or disenchanted or disaffected or unemployed. They are doing this because they are radical jihadists. And they have to be confronted and defeated. And that's why we need to have the strongest military in the world, so we can confront any enemy, anywhere, at any time that threatens our national security. And instead, we are in the midst of the most dramatic defense cuts in a generation, cuts that will leave us with the oldest Air Force we have ever had and the smallest and oldest Navy we have had in over 100 years. It makes no sense to anyone that at a time when the world is growing more dangerous, our military is growing weaker. Now today, a new report comes out that when people are allowed into the United States, they are not allowed to look at their social media profiles to see what they've been posting on Facebook and Twitter. Yeah. I won't even hire anyone whose social media we don't look at. Imagine letting people into the country without at least looking at their social media, which happens to be where people pledge allegiance to ISIS. Or the fact that on this very day, today, some guy in Maryland was arrested for having pledged, not just pledged to ISIS, but receiving material support from abroad in an effort to carry out plots here at home. The threat we face is significant. It is different than any other threat we've ever faced. They aren't just sending people here from abroad, they are radicalizing Americans. One of the two killers in San Bernardino was an American citizen, born and raised in this country, a health inspector with a newborn child. And all of a sudden, left all that behind, became radicalized, and murdered 14 Americans and wounded 20 others. This is a real threat. And so last Sunday, the president spoke to the nation in an effort to calm us and make us feel more comfortable. I swear to you, I wish he hadn't spoken at all. Because what he basically said, was, I know these things are going on, but I'm not changing anything. Our strategy is working. Of course, he also was the one who said that ISIS was contained one day before the Paris attacks. He's also the one who said ISIS was a JV team back in 2014, even as I and others were warning they were not a JV team. They were an offshoot of Al-Qaeda, even better funded and better equipped than Al-Qaeda ever was. So these challenges we face are real, to our national security and to our domestic economy. But here's the good news. The good news is it doesn't have to remain this way. We can turn this around. It is true that the road we are on right now, if we stay on this road, if the next 4 years are anything like the last 7 years, it is true. Our children will be the first Americans ever left by their parents worse off than themselves. But it doesn't have to be that way. We can change direction. We can leave our children as the freest and most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. But we have to act now. with a sense of purpose and with urgency. When I first got into this race, a lot of the people in Washington, the same people that told me not to run for the Senate in 2009, a lot of the same people came out and said, you know, you need to wait in line, it's not your turn. And I wonder, wait for what? What are we waiting for? We are the single greatest nation in all of human history. And we need leaders that start acting like it. Not leaders that leave us habitually and perpetually humiliated by Vladimir Putin, by Iran, by China, by radical jihadists, but leaders that will once again act like who we are. We need leaders that stop trying to make us more like other countries and start acting like America again. Leaders that believe and know for a fact that free enterprise works. You know why I know free enterprise works? Because it's the only economic model in the history of the world where we can make poor people richer without making rich people poorer. It's the only economic model. It's the only economic model where you start out in life does not determine where you wind up. Where you are judged by your merit and your talent and your work, not where you began. I wish the rest of the world was more like America, not like America be like the rest of the world. We have been blessed, every single one of us. What an extraordinary blessing it is to have been born, in my case, born and raised a citizen of the greatest nation in the history of all mankind. And it's appropriate to say that here in Las Vegas. Because you see, just a few miles from where I stand right now, as a young child, I spent countless hours on the porch of our home in North Las Vegas. To be precise, 3104 East Lava Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. I pity the person that lives there now, because I used to sit on the porch with my grandfather. He would smoke 3 cigars a day, lived to be 84. And we would talk about all sorts of things. About what it was like for him growing up, about baseball, he loved baseball, about history. But interwoven in all of the things we talked about was a very precise message, and here's what it was. You're going to get a chance to do all kinds of things I never did. You're going to have an opportunity to go as far as your talent and your work will take you. Because you're an American, born and raised in the most exceptional society in the history of all mankind. It reminds all of us how blessed we've been. We are all the beneficiaries of the extraordinary American dream. Who among us is not but a generation or two removed from someone who made our future the purpose of their lives? Who among us is not a generation or two removed from someone who made our lives the very reason why they sacrificed and worked hard and gave it up? Maybe that was what your grandparents did for your parents. Maybe that's what your parents did for you. Or maybe it's you doing it for your children now. Whether or not we remain a special country will largely be determined by whether we are a country where that is still possible. Whether we are still a country where hard work and perseverance and talent and merit, that is what moves you ahead, not political connections or not what your family did before you. And so in the end, this election is not just a choice between Republicans and Democrats or between names on a ballot. This election is a generational choice about our identity as a nation and as a people. And if we are willing to do what needs to be done in this election, our nation won't just be great, it can be greater than it's ever been. The American dream won't just survive, it'll reach more people. It'll change more lives than ever before. And the 21st century doesn't have to be just as good as the 20th century. It can be better. It can be a new American century. That is fully within our reach. But only if we act now. And that's why I chose to run for president. That's why I ignored the voices in the Republican establishment in 2009 when they told me it wasn't my turn to run for the Senate. And that's why I ignored them now when they said it wasn't my turn to run for president. Because for those of us who want this nation to be greater than it's ever been, it is our turn. The time for us to act is now. For what we have before us is the opportunity to be the authors of the most extraordinary chapter in the amazing story of America. And that's why I hope that I can earn your vote in these caucuses, so that together you and I Let me close with this then. It is easy to somehow look at all these challenges and conclude from it that we have somehow been placed with a special burden that no Americans have ever faced. that would not be an accurate assessment of our history as a nation or as a people. I would submit to you that America has never had it easy, because what we have is special. And anything that is special is hard to make and hard to keep. This nation was founded in a special principle. The idea that all men are created equal because their Creator gave them the right to life and to liberty and to the pursuit of happiness, that right didn't come from your king or from your laws, it comes from your Creator. That idea that founded our nation required us to declare independence from the most powerful empire in the world. That was hard. Not long after that, this nation was embroiled in a civil war that almost ended the young country. That was hard. Not long after that, this nation found itself in a great world war. They called it the war to end all wars. It was so bloody, so brutal. People thought there'd never be another war again. That was hard. Not long after that, this nation confronted a Great Depression, a traumatic economic experience. That was hard. Not long after the Great Depression, this nation was in a Second World War, even more brutal than the First World War. Not long after that, this nation immediately found itself in a long and dangerous Cold War that threatened the very existence of life on this planet. The 1960s were a difficult time for America. We were divided generationally over Vietnam and regionally over civil rights. The 70s saw the resignation of a president in scandal, long gas lines, hostages held in Iran, and we could do nothing about it. We have always faced great challenges. Ours has never been the story of a people that had it easy. Ours has always been the story of a people that faced great challenges and in each generation confronted them and solved them. And because of that, ours has always been the story where each generation did what they needed to do and left the next better off than themselves. Now the time has come for us to do our part. Now the time has come for this generation to do its part. Now the time has come for us to come together and do what we must do so that we leave for our children what our parents left for us, the single greatest nation in the history of all mankind. Let's go do it. Thank you very much.
Am I not cool because I have no idea what that song is? Or am I cool because I have no idea what that song is? All right, let's see here. Last night I started to bring you Trump in Vegas. Here it is. This is from our stream last night. I'm going to show you my face while I manipulate the screen here. It was late though, so I didn't see the entire speech, so I will watch it with you now. This is Donald Trump in Vegas. There were, I'd have to look up the story, but there apparently were some pretty bad hecklers there. I'm going to take you back to this video. And we are anticipating Donald Trump's performance this evening at the GOP debate, as he is currently ahead in the majority of the polls.
Beautiful, fantastic. What a crowd. What a crowd. Well, I want to thank everybody. You know, we have a big night tomorrow night. Is anybody like thinking about it? It's going to be good. We've had so many good things happen over the last 5-month period. It's been actually amazing. The people of this country are absolutely incredible people, and I am honored to be with you tonight. It's like this all over the place. We're going to take our country back, folks. We're going to take it back. We're taking our country back. It's gone on too long, too many mistakes, too many stupid people telling us what we're supposed to be doing. We're going to be taking it back, and we're taking it back soon. We can't put up with it any longer. You see what happens. The Iran deal, incompetent. Anything you look, now I hear Bergdahl, no jail time for Bergdahl. I mean, no jail time. We have a man there who left. He's a traitor. He left. 5 people killed looking for him. And what happens? Like, for years, he's been under the same thing. And I hear there's not going to be jail time. It's incredible. You know, 50 years ago, what would have happened? Boom. 25 years ago, probably the same thing, but it would have taken longer. 10 years ago, jail time. 5 years ago, a couple of years. Now he's going to get nothing. He's going to get nothing. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm just thinking of it now for the first time. If I get in, we will review his case, I promise you. And you know what? Statute of limitations, we'll be reviewing Hillary Clinton's case, too. I can tell you. We will review that. You know, before I go too far, I've made some great friends, and you know, I announced and I talked about illegal immigration. There was a huge firestorm. Everyone went crazy. Oh, illegal immigration. It wasn't even something that people were going to talk about. And then all of a sudden they started saying, you know, maybe Trump is right. But I went through 2 weeks. It was unbelievable. And I mean, it was really incredible. I didn't mind it. You know, it's like called life because I'm telling the truth. I don't mind when you're saying something that's correct. And this country needs to get away from political correctness. It's killing us. It's killing us. It is absolutely killing us. And I announced all about, we talked about what's happening at the border. We talked about the illegals pouring in. And all of a sudden, people started seeing lots of crime, and they started really seeing it. It was focused because it was like a magnifying glass. And we had beautiful Kate in San Francisco who was killed and shot 5 times. And then we had so many others. We had the woman a few weeks ago in California, raped, sodomized, 66-year-old veteran, raped, sodomized, and killed by an illegal immigrant. We have much, much crime, so much all over the place. And a friend of mine, I see him backstage with a group from Remembrance families. You know Remembrance, right? These are people whose families have been devastated by people that weren't supposed to be in our country. People that came here, were forced here by countries that are smarter. And I want to just bring, they're friends of mine, and in particular, somebody I've really gotten to know well, and he's a special man. Could the Remembrance families come up? And this is Jamil. Jamil Shaw. Come on up. And get the families up. Come on up. Come on up. I saw him backstage. We were going to say hello, and I said, come on up and say a few words. These are incredible people. What they've gone through is unimaginable. And Jamil, I've known now Jamil for quite a while, and his son was this unbelievable young man. And I'll just ask you to say a few words, Jamil. Tell us exactly what happened, please.
Good evening. March 2008, my son Jazz, we were at a football camp, a clinic in Pasadena. It was designed for Division I prospects. So, you know, we had a good chance doing some good things. So we were practicing, you know, on our 10th week. On the way home, of course, he asked, can he go to the mall? I'm sure, you know, kids ask that. So, of course, you know, I'd be home by 7. You know, I didn't want to let him go because, you know, L.A. is really unsafe, like Mr. Trump is saying, you know, it's unsafe. But I thought since he was a good kid, he'd be okay. I gave him a chance. Be home by 7. So 7 o'clock came. I called him. He wasn't home. I said, hey, where are you? He said, oh, Dad, we'll be there in a minute. You know, we caught the wrong bus. But we're safe. He thought the same thing. I'm safe. He knew what I was thinking about. And a few minutes later, I said, I'll call you in an hour. I called him back. Where are you now? Hey, right around the corner, old man. So I was like, whew. I was happy, you know. Ooh, he made it home. And then, of course, I heard 2 gunshots. That's really loud, you know. And I never really heard gunshots before, but it was so crispy. And people who know about guns, when it's really crispy, you can tell it's close by. And I just like, oh, man, I hope this, you know, I just figured he was already shot because I had this feeling. I remember saying, I hope he's not dead. And I went outside and looked, and laying in the street dead. You know, found out he was on the phone with his girlfriend. His girlfriend said saw this guy walking up on him, and he was, uh-oh, what's going on? She was like, well, run, do something. And it was too late. He heard the guy say, what set you from? And and one of the neighbors said, shot him in his stomach. And while he was on the ground, the coroner testified in court that when he was shot in the stomach with a .45, he was on his back with his hands up. He shot him through his hand into his head and killed him. He was dead. And I ran outside and I looked right down at it. I'm looking at his face. And even today, I still can't believe it. You know, it's just not real. You know, I never bounced back from that. You know, it's if you're a parent or you could be anybody, you know, I always ask people, what would you do? What would you do if an illegal alien in an 18th Street gang was released from the county jail, you know, and into our neighborhoods? We don't know what's going on. That's why we need Donald Trump, because he wants to, he feels what we feel. I mean, he feels what we feel. He's just like us, you know. I know that now, you know. I saw him on TV. I had no idea, but he wants us to be safe. He wants to make us safe. We all love to be safe. Yeah, Trump. And you have to ask, and you ask these people like that, you ask them, what would you expect of somebody running for president to do if you heard that illegal aliens were murdered Americans? Trump is what we need. He speaks for the dead. He speaks for our families. We love Donald Trump. And if everybody, all we have to do is just go and vote. You know, don't be scared of people like that, you know. Don't be intimidated at people like that. Nothing is wrong with us. We don't have to like illegal aliens. We don't have to. We're Americans. We want Americans first. Why can't we be first? We should be first. Donald Trump wants us to be first, and we have to stand with him because he's standing for America, and trust in him like I do.
These are amazing people. They're amazing families. What they're going through, you cannot imagine, for no reason whatsoever. Just incompetent people. They allow these people to come into our country. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Okay. So today we had a lot of news, and it was all good. It never gets reported properly by these people back here. Look at all those press. Well, you know, I've learned 2 things more than anything else: how smart the people are and how bad and dishonest the press is, because it is really dishonest. It is really, really dishonest. So we had a lot of polls coming out today, and they were really good. That's right. You're my man. That's right. So we had a Monmouth poll, very highly respected. Trump, 41. Cruz, 14. And everyone else much lower. I mean, somewhere. So I heard today when they announced the poll, 41-14, and I like Cruz, good guy. But I heard, here's how they announced, Cruz surging. So when I heard, this was on television, Cruz surging, so I said, oh, I don't know, that sounds bad to me. Coming up, Cruz surging. Then they say the Monmouth poll was just done. Cruz is surging. Trump 41, Cruz 14. I said, wait a minute. What's going on? I tell you what, they are the most dishonest people. Then you know about CNN. CNN came out just recently, 36-16. Gravis poll, highly respected, 42-16 to 12 to 11. So then today, it was very interesting because I did have one poll in Iowa, which I had never expect to get. I can't stand the paper. It's a horrible paper. Des Moines Register, it's terrible. You know, of course I would never say they do this, but they have a very small sample. If they take about 10 votes and put them in their pocket, you understand that. So Des Moines Register was 21-31. All of a sudden, it was like the biggest story I've ever seen. Okay? That was just Iowa. Don't worry about it. It's Iowa. We love Iowa, but I think we're doing great in Iowa. And I expect to win Iowa. We think we're going to do great in Iowa. I get by far the biggest crowds. And okay. So then we had a CNN poll. So CNN today was talking about a poll that wasn't theirs. And I kept saying, why don't they talk about a poll that's theirs? So they just did this poll. It's a new poll. CNN in Iowa, Trump 33, Cruz 20, and then everyone else much lower. So we actually sent a couple of emails, started to tweet a little bit. You know, the Twitter's great when you have between 5 and 10 and 13. We have so many people. We have millions. So we started to tweet. We said, why is CNN not playing their poll? It's their poll. So if anybody has an idea, please let me know before the evening ends. Then we had a Fox News poll, which was a pretty good poll. It was pretty much tied. Then we had Quinnipiac. And Quinnipiac was 28, Trump 27, Cruz. In other words, we won. They call it a tie. They say it was tied. Okay. I mean, sort of what? You know the bottom line? I think we're going to win Iowa. I think we're going to win New Hampshire big. I think that, frankly, if we win Iowa, we run the table. I think, frankly, if we win New Hampshire, which we're way, way, way up, and South Carolina's been unbelievable. And by the way, in Nevada, we're winning big, big, big. We're winning in Florida. We're winning everywhere. So I just want to let you know, this is not going to be a waste of anybody's time, believe me. This is going to be something special. Do I hear some noise over there? Yes, I do. Bye-bye. You know, look at all those cameras turned over there. They only turn when there's a protester. They are the worst. They only turn when there's a protester. They never, ever turn unless there's a protester. Yeah, get them out of here, please. Please, thank you. Get them out. What is our country coming to? It's unbelievable. No, it's unbelievable. You know the truth, though? I'll be honest. We should have been doing that for the last 7 years. I give them credit. I don't know why we don't. We have a silent majority that's actually a noisy majority, but we should have been doing what they're doing for the last 7 years. Because what's happening to our country is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. So, all right, thank you. Good job. I love you too. I love you. I do love you. That's why I'm doing this. I had such a nice life. I had such an easy life. Now I'm doing this. Give me a break. We're going to make America great again, folks. We're going to make America great. And with me, there's no super PACs, there's no phony money all over the place. I'm funding my campaign. You got to see this. These people, $125 million super PAC, I guarantee you whoever it is, you know who it is, right? But there are many of them. They have all of this money in super PACs. The super PACs totally control the candidate. They totally control the candidate. If they want something, they get something. And if it's not to your benefit, they couldn't care less. They don't care. Believe me. And that's what's sick about the system. And frankly, 6 months ago, I was on the other side. I was like the fair-haired boy. I gave $350,000 to the Republican Governors Association. I was on the other side. I was like establishment. Can you believe it? Now I'm a politician. I hate the term. I'm a politician. I'll never be a politician. I don't want to be. Don't want to be a politician. They had one case where a super PAC, for a nice guy, he's a nice guy, so I'm not going to mention his name, but it was on the front page of the Los Angeles Times. A super PAC raised $6 million. By the time everybody took their slice and their cut, they were left with $140,000 for the campaign. Think of it. Now, that's a pretty good business. You guys ought to try it sometime. Pretty good. And you wonder, how come they're losing money? How come they're out of money? Why are they complaining they're going to leave the campaign? Because you have to see the money that's being made. You have to see the money that's being made by people raising money. It's insane. It's better than being a real estate broker. I want to tell you that, folks. You can do this and you can retire after one campaign. It is a disgrace what's happening with money. It's a disgrace what's happening with influence. And we're going to end it, folks. We're going to end it. We're going to end it. So, when I started the quest, remember the famous escalator ride, right? Coming down. We're waving. But I made a decision. I said, look, you know, it takes guts to run for president. It really does. I never did this stuff before. And it takes guts. But I know what can happen. And by the way, not just because I'm doing well, more importantly, because I've gotten to know so many people. We have such incredible people in this country. It's amazing. It's amazing. And I said to my wife, I said, you know, look at that. It was in Trump Tower in New York. You have never seen, look at all the press back there now, but you have never seen so many reporters and cameras, and you couldn't breathe in the building. And I said, you know what? We got to do it. There's too many mistakes. Let's do it. And I took a deep breath at the top of that escalator. In fact, if you see it, they probably have tapes of me. They don't want to show that. Too nice. They don't want to show. They only want to show bad stuff. But you know what? I took a deep breath. I said, let's go. And we went down, and I talked about illegal immigration. And I brought out a lot of things that would have never been discussed. And we're going to have a border. We're going to build a wall, and Mexico is going to pay for the wall. They're going to pay for the wall. Now, a lot of the people that are running against me, they say, oh, well, Mexico will never do that. Why would they do that? Because they're politicians. They have no idea. They don't know business. They don't know business. Look, Mexico, I love Mexico, just so you understand. I love the Mexican people. I have thousands that have worked for me over the years. They're fantastic people. But their leaders, right? Do we love Mexico? We love Mexico. I agree. But their leaders are too smart for our leaders. Because our leaders, not so good, folks, okay? They're too smart, they're too sharp, they're too cunning. What's happening at the border is horrible. What's happening with trade? I mean, we have Ford building plants in Mexico. We have Nabisco moving from Chicago, their big factory, into Mexico. They'll make Oreos. Think of it. No more Oreos for us, right? No more. Somebody served me Oreos the other day. First time in my life. I said, I'm not eating Oreos anymore. But they left Chicago. And they're going to be moving a big plant into Mexico. Tennessee, a great state. They thought they had it made with this car company. All of a sudden, at the last moment, the car company announced they're going to Mexico. It's out of control. It's out of control. So Mexico is beating us at the border. They're beating us at trade. Now, here's the story. Mexico is we have a trade imbalance. We have an imbalance with Mexico of over $40 billion a year. And that doesn't include drugs. The drugs, you can probably double it. Who the hell knows? That's free of drugs. But the drugs pour across. Now, we have no wall. And when we do have a wall, it's a little toy, like built by Barron Trump, okay? It's a little toy. Did you ever see the picture, pretty famous picture, where they have a wall and they built a ramp on each side of the wall and they drive trucks over loaded up with drugs. They drive it right over the ramp. That's not a Trump wall, folks. This is a big building. See that ceiling? That ceiling is much lower than my wall. Believe me, we have a real wall. We have a real wall. And I know how to build it. And I know how to get them to pay for it. It's very simple. Folks, you're killing us. You're making too much money. Now, the wall's going to cost $9 billion, okay? It's a lot of money. The Great Wall of China is 13,000 miles long. That was built 2,000 years ago, right? We say we can't build a wall. You know, a lot of the people that are opposed to the wall now wanted to build it 14, 15 years ago. And you know, one of the reasons they couldn't build it is they couldn't get an approved environmental income. Can you imagine this? They couldn't get environmental impact statements approved. They couldn't get them. There was a snake in the way. There was a turtle in the way. There was a toad in the way. There was a snail in the way. No, they couldn't get it. Just like when I said, knock out the oil, right? I've been saying that. Knock out the oil. One of the reasons they didn't want to knock out the oil, take it away from ISIS, take away their money, a big part of it, although they get a lot of money from a lot of other things like banking. We'll talk about that. But one of the reasons they didn't want to knock out the oil, they didn't want to hurt the environment. This is serious. They didn't want the fumes going into the atmosphere. And then we're supposed to win. What do you think General Patton would say? I mean, he was a brutal guy that liked one word. It was called winning. So what do you think General George Patton would have said if the president said, listen, don't hurt anybody, let's nice and easy. We don't want to put any pollutant in the air. Don't forget, he'd say, you're fired. Now, can you imagine? Now, we have the General Pattons, and we have General MacArthur. We have great generals, potentially, in our midst. I mean, they go to Annapolis, they go to West Point, they go to Air Force Academy. These are great people. We have great people. But probably the best ones are kept down. We lost a good general 2 years ago because he was foul-mouthed. He spoke with bad language. He was great. The men, you know who I'm talking. We know him. He was a good general. Everybody loved him. His men loved him. Everybody loved him. And look what happened to him. Then we lost another one, Petraeus. He got because of emails and because of giving stuff. And yet Hillary did 20 times more, and she's just fine, right? She's just fine. So we're going to find the right people. And I will tell you this. For 5 months, I did nothing but speak about how China is ripping us off, about how Japan is ripping us off with the cars, thousands and thousands of cars pouring in. I was in Los Angeles. I mean, these boats are massive. The ships, they're massive. Cars pouring in. Looks like the Long Island Expressway. The cars just coming off the... We give them practically nothing. I mean, you look at the imbalance. Happens to be about $70 billion, okay, a year. And you say, what's happening? We have all the power. We have all the strength. Mexico, I told you, it's both. I mean, Mexico is going to become the car capital of the world soon, the way they're going. They're taking our business. They're doing everything. And in addition, they kill us at the border. That's going to end. It's all going to end. It's all going to end. Believe me. And I'll tell you something. It's going to end, and they're going to like us better than they like us now. They don't have any respect for us. China, it's going to end. And yet China, look what they're doing. South China Sea, they're building this incredible fortress in the middle of the China. I mean, can you believe it? We could never do that because it wouldn't pass environmental standards. Can you believe this? We are so lost. We are so lost as a country. Today I read, I mean, maybe it's not true, but I think it's a legitimate publication. I mean, these guys, I don't consider too many of them very good, but it was amazing. Look at that cameras. Those cameras never move. They won't show this crowd of people. But no, it's true. It's true. They never move. Don't worry, they won't move. But did you see when you had that protester over there? Boom, those cameras, they were bent like a pretzel looking, trying to find them. They are the worst. They are the worst. So, thank you. That's very nice. But you're the best also. You know what? We're all the best. Together, we're going to be the best. We're going to be the best. Look. We're going to make our military so strong, so powerful, so incredible, we are never going to have to use it. It's going to be brought back up to date. It's in such bad shape. A general left 2 months ago, a very nice guy, Ordiano. He said we're the most unprepared. I actually think he said from the beginning, but let's not, because there's so many cameras on there. He said for many, many decades, we're the most unprepared that he's ever seen us or heard about it. Can you imagine? And this is a time when we have to be the most prepared. So we're going to, number one, we're going to make our military so strong, so powerful, so great. We're going to take care of our veterans. Our veterans are being decimated. Decimated. You know, somebody wrote recently, they said, Trump's a really good speaker, but the one problem he has, he speaks right through the applause. And you know why I do that? Because I'm so excited. I mean, I love what we're going to do together. I can't wait. It's true. No, I love what we're going to do together. We have so many great people, so many incredible people, so many smart people. They get it. I mean, how the hell do I get 41 and 42%? Again, this is against 15 people, by the way. This isn't against 2 people. By the way, you know, Gravis at 42, and the big one today, Monmouth, came out at 41. Let me just tell you, if that were against 3 people, I'd be happy, because that would mean I won, pretty much, right? But this is 15 people we have that. A couple have left, a lot are going to start leaving, which is nice. It would be nice to have some more time to talk. It's so many people. There's so many people, and many of them don't have a chance. You say, what are you doing? Just go home and relax. Go home and relax. So, and by the way, some really good people. I have to tell you, on the stage, you really do. You have some great people. I've gotten friendly with some of them, and they really are outstanding. I won't tell you the names of the ones I think are good, because I want you to not even think about it. But you have some people that are excellent, some really good people. This guy screams out, low energy, Mr. Trump. They're low energy. No. Well, a couple of them are low energy. By the way, Hillary's low energy, okay? She's low energy, in all fairness. I've said about Hillary, she doesn't have the strength and she doesn't have the stamina to be president. She doesn't. She doesn't. And the last person she wants to run against, you know, the Fox poll had me winning. Nobody talks about that. They find one word. The Fox poll has me winning. They never report it. They hardly reported a Fox. But the Fox poll has me beating Hillary pretty easily. But you know, it's interesting. You ever notice? She'll go out. Everything is so scripted, even her words. Donald Trump has a harsh tone. And I'm saying to myself, then you turn on the news, you see they're cutting people's heads off in Syria because they're Christians. They're doing, and other reasons, and frankly, any other thing they want. They're drowning people in steel cages. And she's saying, Donald Trump has a harsh tone. Well, I don't like his temperament. Oh, that's fine. Look, We've got to get smart. We're not going to have a country left. But did you ever notice with Hillary? It's sort of an amazing thing. She puts on her pantsuit in the morning. She gets up. No, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. There's nothing. You like my hair? I like that guy. He said, "I love your hair, Trump." It's mine. It's the nicest thing he could have told me. It's actually mine, sort of interest. It's mine. People now all believe it. I mean, through this, be awful tough to get away with phony hair right after what but anyway. But, so Hillary, she gets up and she goes and does a meeting and she's going to have like 3 or 4 people. Doesn't do this. First of all, she can't draw crowds like this. She can't draw. She'll get 200 or 300 people. I won't mention names, but a couple of the candidates last night, one had 51 people, they counted it. One had 153. We have, 4,000 or 5,000 people here. It's like packed. Packed. The place is unbelievable. And I have some beautiful stuff in Las Vegas. There's plenty to do here. So when you come out, and we can't even give you seats because there's too many people. Sorry about that, folks. We had seats. We had to get rid of the seats. There's too many. But I think that's okay. You're all strong. But think of Hillary. Wait a minute. Think of this. So because we do need strong. We need stamina. We need really, really strong and smart. We need smart. We can't have, I've known a lot of people over the years. They're really strong, but they're stupid. Okay? That's no good. We need strong, but we need smart. But Hillary, so she goes out, does an event. Then you don't see like 5, 6 days go by, right? Then she does another scripted event, and she'll take questions from like 3 people. We would like to ask you, how do you like, don't you like your family? Yes, I do. I love my family very much. Every question is scripted, where she sits around a little table, and they vet all the people that go in with her. It's ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. And then she'll get up and she'll read a teleprompter, always a teleprompter. She'll read a teleprompter, and she'll go, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'd like to do it. It would be so much easier for me." I mean, can you imagine how easy that would be? I have 2 pieces of glass. I read for a half hour. Instead, I speak for an hour and a half with no notes, no nothing. The good thing about doing it this way, first of all, you need a great memory, which, I do have. But the good thing about doing it, we can talk about current events. We can talk about, for instance, we can talk about stuff that happened 14 minutes ago. If you have a speechwriter, they want to, first of all, they charge these people a fortune. They write Jeb Bush's speeches. They write all the speeches. Very inspiring speechwriters. No, they write them. Boy, that was a killer, wasn't it, that expression? But think of it. If something happens, they're like, they can't talk about it because they have to get their speechwriter to write it, put it in the teleprompter, or put it in a speech in front of them so they can read it. So today, I just read a story, the migration. We don't want to have anybody come. We got enough problems in this country, right? We got enough. And I've been saying we don't want, you know what? I have a big heart. I want to take care. I want to help. But we got to get the Gulf states. They have so much money. Saudi Arabia was making, think of it, $1 billion a day. These are $1 billion a day. Now, the oil prices are down, so let's cut it in half, okay? But so much money. The Gulf states make so much money. We need to do a safe zone in Syria. And how Merkel could have done what she's done to Germany, which is incredible. You look at what's going on in Germany, it's a mess with the crimes and the problem and everything else. We should have had a safe zone in Syria. Let thousands and thousands and thousands, and you do the tents and you do the food and you let them, and basically they'd rather stay there, in my opinion, and go back when this whole mess straightens out. Let them go back where they want to be. It's their country. But I've been saying, I've been talking about the Trojan horse, and I've been saying, well, I watch these lines, these massive lines of people, and there's so many young, strong men. You ever notice? I said, where are the women? Where are the children? You see them, they're all men. It looks like an army. And first thing you say is, why aren't they back there fighting for their country? No, it's true. But then you say, where are all the women? Where are all the children? Now, I have to be honest with you. I'm trying to keep an open mind, but I'm looking at these lines, and there's a lot of people that look very young, very strong, and they happen to be all male. And then today, a report came out. Did anybody see the cell phone report? Where they have cell phone with the ISIS flags on them, thousands of them. Let me change that, hundreds, because they'll say, oh, you know, when I said thousands of people are dancing on the street, and then I found reports all over the place, they said, oh, well, but he did say that. Who knows how many? A lot of people. But they found a lot, believe me. And did I win my point on that one, by the way? Okay? Believe me, I won my point on that. So many stories, and then all of a sudden, well, but they weren't there, they weren't here, they were all over. Let me tell you, people, they were dancing in the streets, and that's disgusting. And on rooftops, and elsewhere all over the world, they were dancing. So now the migration comes, right? Now the migration comes. And they find cell phones on many, many, many people. They find cell phones, and on the cell phone, I don't get it. You know, actually, I just want to say, I staged that. I actually put that person, because that was the only way I was going to get the cameras turned to see how many people are there. They turned so fast. So they found many, all over the papers just now. Just happened. Many, with the flag, with beheadings, with horrible pictures on them. First of all, I say, isn't that terrible? Then I say, how come people in a huge migration line, how come they have cell phones? What's going on? Think of it. Why do they have cell phones? I mean, you know, you wouldn't think the cell phone would be exactly number one on priority. They have so many cell phones. Anyway, here's the story, folks. We're not going to take them into our country, and if we do take them in, they're going back if I win. They're going back. They're going back. They have to. They have to. We are a country that soon will owe $21 trillion. It's $19 trillion right now. We just signed a totally ridiculous budget that was done in like 24 hours. It's unbelievable. And you know what? The Democrats, we get that. Okay, we understand it. We know where they're coming from. The Republicans have let us down, and you can say what you want. When they sign budgets like that, they were supposed to start right after the last budget and knock the hell out of everything and balance, but nobody does it. And I tell the story. They get in, they fight. We're going to end Obamacare, they say. We're going to do all these different things. We're going to balance the budget. And then they get down to Washington, right? They get down to Washington, and they say, darling, and in some cases it's a woman saying darling the other way, right? But they say, darling, look at the ceilings. Look how beautiful the columns are. Look at the angels at the top. Isn't this incredible? We never want to leave. And then they say, how do you vote? I vote any way you tell me to vote. They totally changed their tune. They totally changed their tune. And I promise you this, I swear to you this, President Trump will never change his tune. Nobody has me. We'll never change our tune. So, I love you too, man. That was a very tough, strong-looking guy that said that, but I still love you. Thank you very much. So, when I started, thank you. When I started, we were talking about all these things. We were talking about China. We were talking about, and we will repeal, we will replace Obamacare. It's dying anyway. By the way, folks, It's dying anyway. In 17, it's dead. It's all the wrong people joining, the wrong income. It is a mess like nobody's ever seen. It's dying. We're losing our doctors. You know, the insurance companies make a fortune. They took good care of Obama. They're the big beneficiaries. We're going to get rid of the artificial borders. We're going to have real bidding. We're going to have great insurance. It's going to be less money, and it's going to be good. Your premiums are going up right now 25, 35, 45, and 55%. Your deductibles are through the roof. You'll never even get to use it unless you're dead. You won't get to use it, and it's a disgrace that it was ever approved in the first place. So, when I began, I talked about the veterans. I talked about we're going to build a military. I talked about all these things, and I talked about the border big. And then what happened is Paris. That was a big one. That was horrible. These people are animals. And I tell the press, they were saying the mastermind behind the attack. The mastermind. Did you see the mastermind? I call him the guy with the dirty hat, right? No, the mastermind. They build them up so big. And then they wonder why the internet is taking our youth where they're going out and they're fighting for ISIS. They're fighting for ISIS. They build these people up like they're Robin Hood and so big. And they use the word, all of them, they use the word mastermind. And every speech I'd say, don't call him a man. And you know what? Now they're not calling him mastermind anymore. It's really true. The press is not doing it, which is great. Which is great. They say he's brilliant. He's brilliant. What? They drop a few people into these various rooms in France and they start shooting everybody. And by the way, the guy that was talking about gun control over there, just so you understand, instead of hundreds, Paris is the toughest. You talk about gun control. Paris has the toughest gun control just about in the entire world. France has the toughest gun control just about in the entire world. If a few of those people that are now dead, if a few of those people had guns strapped to their ankles or strapped to their waist, you wouldn't have the problem. You wouldn't have the problem. Right? No, you wouldn't have the problem. I mean, you would have had, if I were there, I'm licensed to carry. I will tell you this. If I were there, if somebody were there if we had some firepower in the opposite direction, those people would have been gone. But they talked about this guy, and he was a slob. And by the way, let me tell you, the guy is a stupid person. He was a man with a very low IQ, I can guarantee that. And that's what they should say. They should say the fact. What did he do? He put a couple of people in there starting to shoot everybody, a couple of places. So they lost 130 people. Many more are going to die based on the fact that I hear they're so badly wounded, so badly hurt. And so that was a big thing. And then you had in California where you had these two people. She should have never been allowed to come into the country. The system totally broke down. She came in on a visa, fiancé visa. Oh, so romantic. Isn't that wonderful? She's just wonderful, right? She came in on a fiancé visa. Nobody ever even heard of a fiancé visa. Did you ever hear of it? Fiancé. So she was radicalized. He was probably radicalized before, but maybe, who knows? I mean, you know, these people. And tonight I heard, you know what? The bodies are there. And they're having a hard time because they want to send his body or her body back to where they came from. Can you believe it? No, can you believe this? They want to send the body back on an airplane. No, how crazy. And it's a very expensive thing, but they want to send the body back. I won't say where she came from, but believe me, she came from an area you're not going to be totally surprised. Let me tell you, they want to send her body back. Why? Why are we doing this? Who even thinks of this? Who would even think of it? So the two bodies are sitting there because they want to get her body back. That was reported a little while ago, okay? Unbelievable. How stupid are we? How crazy are we? These people that we have as leaders don't know what they're doing. So then we have California, where these two terrible people walk in and, you know, supposedly they were friends with a lot of the people they killed, right? They were friends. They worked together. They walk in and they start shooting. And they killed 14, and others are going to die probably because they're in very bad shape. But they killed a lot of people, and they should have never, ever, ever been in the country. And folks, we have to get smart. We have to get sharp. And you know, did you hear about the woman that wouldn't say anything because she didn't want to racially profile? Did you hear that? Or some guy? They didn't want to racially profile. They thought it was a little strange. There are bombs lying all over the floor. They thought a lot of things were going on that were a little unusual, but they didn't want to call the police because they didn't want to racially profile. Now, that to me sounds like a lawyer giving them, because they said, you probably know, they know that you know what was going on. How about this? Say racially profiling, okay? I mean, what's going on with us? What's going on? And you have thousands of people out there that are looking to do the same damage. We have to get smart. We have to get tough. We have to be vigilant. We have to be vigilant. We have no choice. And, you know, every once in a while you have like a protester start screaming. And I say to myself, I wonder if I took that person, it's a person, and sat down for a half hour.
Oh, is that the reason why?
For the same thing, whether you're Democrat, liberal, conservative, Republican.
I almost outnumber you guys. Okay, just to begin on South Sudan, on this second anniversary of the outbreak of the conflict in South Sudan, the U.S. Agency for International Development has announced an additional $173 million in life-saving emergency food assistance in South Sudan. This new assistance will provide more than 85,000 tons of emergency food assistance and will serve nearly 2.5 million South Sudanese facing severe life-threatening hunger, as well as refugees in South Sudan. With this contribution, American people will have provided nearly $1.5 billion since the outbreak of the crisis back in December of 2013, reaching approximately 1.3 million people every month with much-needed food, water, health care, shelter, and other essential support. Today's anniversary and the need for yet more assistance for millions of hungry people stand as stark testimony to the importance of implementing the agreement on the resolution of the conflict in South Sudan and bringing an end to this man-made crisis. And with that, we'll go to questions.
Let's start with Syria and the meeting on Friday. So from the Secretary and Foreign Minister Lavrov's news conference, it's clear that the meeting will indeed take place on Friday. Can you let us know whether you expect it to be one meeting, a series of meetings, whether there are going to be bilats Thursday night or Friday morning, sort of how things are going to unfold?
The agenda for the meetings on Friday is still taking shape, but in general, I think you can expect that this will flow much like meetings have gone in Vienna. So I certainly would expect that the Secretary would take full advantage of the gathering to conduct bilateral discussions as he sees fit, or as some of our partners in the process see fit if they desire to see the Secretary. So I would expect some bilateral meetings on the side. I also expect that the bulk of the morning on Friday will be spent in the ISSG format, such as in Vienna, with the same 20 participants that were there. As you know, that's 18 countries plus the Arab League and the EU as well. So I would expect the same group, same sort of format, again with bilateral discussions as needed, and then there will likely be some meetings at the UN in some format. I think that's all still being worked out, with the goal, as I think Foreign Minister Lavrov spoke to, the goal of trying to arrive at a resolution that sort of embodies and codifies the Vienna process, so that it's enshrined in a resolution. But that side of the effort, that part of the day is still shaping up. And I think as we get closer to the end of the week, we'll be able to give you more detail.
What is the utility of a Security Council resolution essentially endorsing the Vienna work?
Because it codifies it under UN auspices. I mean, if you look back at the 2012 Geneva communique, that was all done under UN auspices. And it was no accident that at the second meeting of the ISSG, both meetings in Vienna, the UN was represented, but in the second one in particular, UN auspices and a UN-led process was approved and endorsed by everybody that participated. And I think the secretary as well, and I know other foreign ministers feel the same way, but certainly the secretary feels like keeping this under UN auspices is the right approach.
Then getting kind of a UN stamp of approval, can you help us understand what is the utility of these meetings beyond the, keeping the momentum going? I mean, tangibly, other than getting a UN stamp of approval and having another meeting itself, how do you see this actually advancing the process of getting the parties into talks by January 1, as was the goal originally set?
Well, I mean, I think the best way to, the proof's in the pudding, I think, in terms of answering your question. The meeting in Riyadh, which produced results in terms of getting the opposition unified around some core principles. That was an outgrowth of the Vienna discussions. The work that Jordan is doing right now to coordinate a process by which groups that will be held to that process will be further identified. That's an outgrowth of discussions that were had in Vienna. The framework for having the opposition groups sit down with the Assad regime, perhaps as early as, or the target date as early as is early next year. All that was an outgrowth. So when I say build momentum, I'm not just tossing a philosophical phrase out there. There really has been tangible, practical momentum created by these multilateral sessions, at least the two in Vienna, and actually going back to Doha when the germs of some of these ideas were really sort of laid down. So the Secretary believes two things. One, there is a sense of momentum, a sense of urgency that the international community is rallying around and that we need to continue to move forward. But number two, that these meetings are producing actual results. It is, I guess it's easy to look at the communique and say, okay, I've seen a communique, I've seen these before. But when you think about the extraordinary amount of material in these last two communiques, and that you had nations who have hitherto been almost diametrically opposed on certain issues be able to still sign up to some core fundamental principles about moving forward in Syria, that's not insignificant. And that only comes from the hard work of diplomacy, face-to-face, bilaterally, multilaterally, and that can only be achieved when you get people together in the same room.
One last one for me. Do you fully expect, it's implicit in your saying you expect it to be in the ISSG format of 18+2, but do you fully expect the Iranians to attend?
I don't want to get into specific participation. Each nation should speak for themselves as to whether they're going to come and participate. But it is, as I said in the outset, it's our expectation that this will be held at the same level with the same participants as before. But each nation, I wouldn't speak for their travel plans. They need to talk to that. Okay?
John, can I ask about the Secretary's comments just now out of Moscow?
Sure.
He said that the U.S. and Russia found common ground on Syria. I'm just wondering if any of that common ground is new. Because it sounds like the areas, the things upon which they agree still stand, but I didn't hear any new developments in terms of gaps closing.
I'm really not going to go further than the Secretary did. I think even he was careful not to get ahead of things. So I think I would just leave it at what he said. And obviously I wasn't in the meeting, so I couldn't speak authoritatively to specifics of what they discussed. But I think I would just leave it at what he said, which is that there has been some common ground achieved in these discussions, and that's important for moving forward.
Should we expect announcements or some sort of developments on Friday?
I'm not going to get ahead of Friday or any announcements or agenda.
Okay.
It was a fair question, but I'm not going to get ahead of the process.
But could you tell us if you expect to achieve more than what has been achieved in November in Vienna, this comprehensive statement you had on the ceasefire, on the elections, on the constitution?
Well, again, I won't get ahead of a meeting that hasn't happened, Nick. I think we need to let it have the meeting, and then obviously there'll be a chance after the day is over to read that out to the press and to the public, and we'll do that. I simply won't get ahead of what decisions may or may not be reached. It's clear to me from watching the last two meetings in Vienna that these are working meetings. I mean, the ministers at the table are talking about meaningful, tangible things. There are very frank, candid discussions where disagreements still linger, and there's a very concerted effort. I've seen it now twice to come to resolution on some of things, which has led, in both cases, to very specific and I think pragmatic, tangible communiques. I think without previewing any decisions or specifics going forward to Friday, I think you can expect that same level of activity and energy and detail that will be applied when they sit around the table later this week. And that there is now talk and consideration and effort towards a UN resolution. I think that alone speaks for itself in terms of what they're trying to drive at here on Friday.
Related to that, what do you think of this new coalition of so-called Muslim countries announced by Saudi Arabia? Was it expected from the U.S. government? Does it fit into what you were calling for, more involvement of Arab countries against ISIL?
I think we need to learn a little bit more about the specifics here on this announcement, but it certainly is in line with what we have long been saying and urging countries in the region to do, which is to coalesce around the need to deal with the terrorist threat there in the region. So I think, again, we need to learn a little bit more. We certainly saw the reports. We welcome, as we have welcomed, any intensification of the effort against ISIL in the region, as well as against other terrorist networks. So any effort to increase pressure on those networks is a welcome effort. But again, I think we just need to learn a little bit more. I would only point you to what the Deputy Crown Prince himself said, which is that they're not ruling anything in or out at this point in terms of what it could mean, and that there's every expectation and anticipation by this coalition to work with neighbors and partners in the region in ways that collectively they think is most appropriate to go after terrorist threats.
It will be a parallel coalition, or you are calling for coordination with your own international coalition?
They are already, so two things here. Those nations are already part of the 65 plus nation coalition against ISIL. This is something separate and distinct that they have done themselves, have arranged for themselves, and they should speak for that effort. But they are already part of the coalition countering ISIL in the region. Yeah, Jenny?
John, thank you very much. John, do you have any significant of resumption of a six-party talk, or any gesture from North Korea is attended in six-party talks within this year?
I've seen no indication that the DPRK has changed its calculus with respect to six-party talks. As we've long said, we're willing to resume that process, but the onus is on the North to prove its willingness, and we've seen no indication of that willingness.
Yeah, since last the agreement was 2009, since after we don't have anything happens, so
Right.
why this happened so long? And
Well, I think you need to ask Kim Jong-un that question. We've long said, again, that we're willing to resume that process, but the onus is on the North, and there's been no indication. In fact, if you look at the provocative behavior, and even in the recent, few months, it certainly wouldn't appear that they are at all prepared to do that, to resume that process.
but you still talk to your counterpart to the United Nations, North Korean counterpart in UN. You still unofficially
I'm sorry?
contact? Or did you contact with the North Korean delegations regularly with the United Nations in New York? North Korean delegations?
Do we consult with the
Yeah,
North?
you're officially contact with the North Korean delegations.
I don't have
in
any
New York.
specific readouts to give you in terms of consultations. Again, we've made it clear where we are and what we're willing to do, as well as the international community. But again, the onus is on the North, and they've not proven a willingness to do that. So,
thanks.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I asked about why the U.S. has not shared information it had about ISIL's oil routes with the UN. You said you would check. Any update?
I might. I need reading glasses even for this big font, apparently. So we're going to have to make the text bigger, I think. Let's see, I think I have it here somewhere. It's not there. It's not there. Okay, so your question was, I think it was, are we pressuring Turkey to
why-
report ISIL smuggling? Is that?
Actually, that would be another question that I would ask.
I'm
But,
so
but
glad
I
I
asked
helped you.
why the U.S. has not
All right,
shared.
so let me, I'm going to go through this since it's fairly legalistic, so you're just going to have to bear with me, okay? The United States.
Okay, I am going to go ahead and close up for the afternoon, and I will quickly take my lunch break, but I'll be back as soon as possible. I don't know what time I'll be back, but I'm going to take my lunch break right now, and I only get an hour, so I'll probably be back in an hour. Thanks so much for spending your morning with me into your afternoon. I'm going to run and get food, and I also got a text that my mom was in an accident, so I will be catching up with her and making sure she's okay. She's not responding to my texts now. Now I'm stressed. Thanks for spending your morning and afternoon with me. I will see you back here later in the afternoon. Hopefully I can get some people up here to talk about the upcoming debate. And then we'll go over what happened this morning in Los Angeles and catch you up on that. And I'll get caught up on that too, in case anything happens on my break. Thanks so much for spending your morning and afternoon with me. I will see you in a little bit. Thank you for hanging in there.